In a second here. Maybe. Thanks.
Did you sink?
Yeah.
The one's been sitting in his chair.
It was low.
All right, let's call this Tuesday, March 24, 2026, meeting of the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners to order. First on the list is item 2, prayer, invocation, and pledge of allegiance. It is my turn to lead in the invocation, so I will do that. After I'm done, we'll rise to offer the pledge of allegiance. If you'll bow your heads with me, if you feel so inclined to do so. Our Heavenly Father, we give you thanks for this day. Thank you for the 11 individuals that you have called to be around this table that the people have voted and elected to be here to serve. We pray that you would give each of us the wisdom that we need to meet the needs of our community. Help us to set aside those things that divide as much as we can and find those things that unite us together to serve a common purpose, and that is to meet the needs of the people of Ottawa County. Thank you for this amazing place that we live in and that we all have the awesome opportunity to call home. It's in your name that we lift this up to you. Amen. You'll rise.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Justin, if you would be so kind as to call the roll.
Yes, sir. Mr. Barry,
Here.
Mr. Jorisma,
Here.
Mr. Zylstra,
Here.
Mr. Bonema,
Here.
Mr. Moss,
Here.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Here.
Mr. Teeples, Mrs. Rhodey,
Here.
Mr. Kyers,
Here.
Mr. Brugger,
Here.
and Mrs. Miedema.
Here.
Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
Excellent. First on our agenda, item number 4, I guess it's now item number 4 on our agenda, correspondence. We've got a few presentations. First up from the Public Defender's Office, the 2025 Annual Report. I believe Phil Silsky is in the crowd, and if you'd like to come on forward and present, that would be terrific.
We had a really busy.
I don't think Phil's mic's on. Hold on a second, Phil. Oh.
Thank you, that's better. Fiscal year 26 has off been to a very interesting start and continued a trend that we've seen that started really in the summer of 2024. And if, Regina, if you could go to the next slide, I'll elaborate on that a little bit. But it's a bit ironic. This is the reference to the case which really started the constitutional mandate for provision of counsel for indigent persons, known as Gideon versus Wainwright. And the picture there is of Mr. Gideon. He was charged with a misdemeanor in court down in Florida for being a vagrant, and it ended up going all the way to the United States Supreme Court. Last week was the 63rd anniversary of that case. It was decided on March 18th of 1963, so 63 years ago. And ironically, one of the key people in our office began her tenure with us on March 18th of 2019. That's Christine Tober, who's one of the chief assistants. And then if we could go to the next slide. This is basically our mantra in the office. Teamwork makes the dream work. We really try to work together with each other, but also with the other various agencies in the county, especially community mental health is very helpful. And we have to obviously coordinate with the prosecutors and the police agencies, such as the Sheriff's Department. Next slide, please. Thank you. A trend which has continued in terms of the county's obligation is that the amount that the county is paying is stayed relatively steady, but has decreased for last year and also for, for the current fiscal year, the amount went down. And we are now in the midst of preparing our budget request to the state, and they've given us an even lower number than last year. So I have it highlighted there. It's toward the bottom. I believe it's going to be 942,000. Yes. Next slide, please. Here's a comparison of what we've been doing in terms of projecting our budgets. I alluded to a very interesting year for us this fiscal year, and if you'll notice in prior years through fiscal year 24, we were pretty consistently spending very close to the exact amount that was budgeted, 95% most of the time. In fiscal year 25, you can see that we were underspent by some 27%. We only spent about 73% of what was allocated to us. The primary reasons for that was that beginning in the third quarter of fiscal year 25, so fiscal year 24, we started having some resignations of people who had been in the office for a lengthy period of time. A couple of senior level attorneys looking for further opportunities for professional growth and development. That coincided with the opening in October of 24 of the Kent County Public Defender Office, which also put more opportunities out there. So there was a lot of competition. I've been juggling numbers for about the last year and a half since I've been the public defender, and from June of 24 through February of 26, there have been 14 attorneys within the office that have resigned, and then we've had to replace. When a person resigns, if there's qualified persons within our office, we try to promote from within. The first two resignations that happened in June of 24 were for middle-level felony attorneys. We had 6 candidates within our office that applied, all of them very well qualified. It was really a tough choices for us. We promoted 2. 2 of the 4 who weren't promoted were very disappointed, and they resigned within about a month. Ultimately, 2 others resigned by the end of the year. And then the public defender at that time was Nicole Dirks. She resigned to go into Kent County. So it's been sort of this cascade of resignations. But the good news is that recently, in the last 2 weeks, really, we've found 2 very well-qualified senior level attorneys who will be starting. One has started, another one will be starting in about 6 weeks with us. And we've also found 4 very qualified entry-level attorneys. We've made offers to 2 of them, waiting for results. Bottom line, on December 1st, I was fully staffed. On December 5th, I was down by 5 people in terms of attorneys. But at this point, we should be fully staffed by about the 1st of June. So if all things fall together the way I really believe they will. As I mentioned, we are in the process of preparing our request to the state for next year's funding. We're not asking for any new positions. We have been planning for some contingencies. While we've been shorthanded, we also have to be careful of not overloading the existing attorneys with too many cases. So we have obtained permission from the MIDC to use some of the funding for the vacant attorney positions, the wages and salaries and benefits, to shift that into contracts for attorneys. We have a roster of some attorneys who are not part of the office, and we pay them on an hourly basis. So we're not increasing costs, we're shifting the allocations, all to maintain our caseloads. So, and the last thing I'll highlight on this slide is that the number of cases so far this year, you'll see that compared to last year, we're at about 45%. There's a couple reasons for that. One is a sort of a seasonal fluctuation. Our total caseloads have stayed pretty constant for the last 4 fiscal years, right around 4,000 cases. Last year at this time, when I was making this presentation, the number of cases at that point for fiscal year 25 was about 1,900. So we're slightly under that. I do expect we're going to pick that up most of the time in the summer. The sort of the saying in the courtrooms, the courtroom halls in the summer months is went to Ottawa County on vacation, came home on probation. So we get an influx of cases. With that, I'll stop because I know you have a lengthy agenda, but if you do have any questions, I'll be happy to entertain those.
I think you shared that same joke last year, and
Did I?
it was perfect then and perfect now.
It's still true.
Get as much mileage out of it as you can.
Right.
All right. Any questions from the board up here? Nope. Seeing none. Thank you very much
You're
for
very
your
welcome.
presentation and
You're
your
very
service.
welcome.
Yeah.
Mr.
All right.
Mr. Bulci and I have been around about the same amount of time,
Yeah.
right? We started the same year, I think.
Is that a positive or is that a?
Well,
It's just a long time.
It's just a long.
thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Phil. Up next, Community Action Agency's 2025 Annual Report. Jennifer, I believe, is in the room, and we'll welcome you up to the podium. Thank you for being here tonight.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. For the next 90 minutes, I'm going to go through our annual report.
Ready.
I couldn't help myself, sorry. And I can click forward on this, right? Is that how this is set up? Okay, so I won't walk through every page. Obviously, we're time limited, and just kind of highlight some of the main takeaways for us this year. So who we were able to assist in our programs, we were able to assist over, oh, I think I'm on the wrong. And now it's not letting me go back. There we go. Thank you. Just under 1,500 individuals. And I should also mention that this is probably a gross underestimate because we track our food programs a little bit differently. And those are helping thousands of individuals every quarter at local pantries. But as you can see, we're helping a lot of older adults, children. We also assist veterans and active military. And we're helping individuals all across the income perspective. I think it did it again. There we go. So one program highlight is our senior food program. As you remember, that program did end in this fiscal year. So I thought it was important to highlight all of the efforts that we tried to make the program more sustainable in the time that we did have it. We made multiple shifts trying to increase efficiency, participation amongst seniors, and trying to decrease barriers. And even with all of those efforts, we just realized it wasn't a program that we could maintain. However, on the plus side, we do still have the emergency food assistance program. And in that program, we are still able to assist a lot of our seniors at different apartment complexes throughout the county. So those individuals are getting home delivered boxes by the use of volunteers. So that was a much more sustainable way for us to keep that program moving without tapping into funds that we didn't necessarily have to keep the senior food program running well. Utility assistance, that's kind of the main gateway into a lot of our programs. People call us in an emergency and they're past due on their utilities. So with that program, multiple grants we use for that. We made over 400 utility bill payments, and the average payment was about $200 for that program. We also have really strong partnerships with our local municipalities that provide those utilities to customers. Our Walk for Warmth program, that is a supplement to utility assistance. So because we're using grants for utilities, oftentimes we have individuals that don't necessarily fit into a perfect box as far as their income goes. So Walk for Warmth really gives us that opportunity to help more individuals that might be just outside the 200% of federal poverty. And it's also just a fun event. This was last year's event, so in 2025, and we raised just under $13,000. And then highlighting a little bit of this past year, the weather was much more miserable than last year, I will say. We call it Walk for Warmth for a reason, so thanks to everybody that showed up for that. But we raised, I think last time I checked, this number had bumped up a little bit, just over 17,000, which is really great for that program. I do want to just shout out one of our sponsors, which is Team Bob. It's the Zealand Robotics team. Every single year they show up, and they really show up. They are a sponsor, so they raised over $1,000, and it's just so cool to see teenagers in the community getting involved. So that's definitely a highlight for us. Our weatherization program, I think it's always cool to see these pictures, the before and after, all the work that we're able to do. But what really stands out to me is the quote. And we have a current board member who was weatherized and was just really happy about the assistance that she received and wanted to give back. And now she's on our board. She's an active volunteer, and she's just a blessing for all of us. And the overview, I think, is important to highlight because not only are we putting money into these homes, we're keeping people housed. So when a repair or drafty windows or something might be the reason why somebody moves or really struggles to get ahead, we're able to come in and combat that with our weatherization program, which is really powerful. Home sustainability program. So we have some other programs. They're a little bit smaller, but they really have a big impact. And that participation in those programs rose by 27%. So again, we're able to help people stay safe in their homes, find ways to repair things like water leaks that'll ultimately lower utility bills and also help the health and safety in their homes. So our strategic plan, this is obviously the guiding document for us. And some things that we're really excited about, and you may have noticed it on the first slide, maybe not. We have a new logo. We're very excited about that. So we've made the official transition to OCA, which is just our acronym, Ottawa County Community Action Agency. And the new logo is really important to us because it helps us define who we are. So we are part of the Community Action Network nationally. We are also part of Ottawa County. So we have some, you'll notice some similarities into the county brand, which was really great that we had that help from communications. So shout out to them. And then another highlight I wanted to give was I'm trying to use impactful data. We're working really hard on getting better data to improve the work that we're doing, what type of work we're doing. So we did, as I mentioned before, a survey for our seniors. We did an intern project. We worked on a new data system in the fall, and then we also used data from local partners like the health department with their CHNA assessment is something that's important to us to weave into our work as well. Our outreach efforts, this is also something that's part of our strategic plan. We wanted to be really intentional about where we were. We noticed that people aren't always willing to come to us, and it's important for us to be out there in the community at agencies that our clients might be accessing. So we were able to do 7 outreach events. We've been connecting with mobile home parks, been contacting landlords, churches, and just other nonprofit agencies to make sure everybody knows what we do. and why we do it. And this is a 5-year overview. So I think the biggest takeaway here is noticing how we're trending a little bit upward in some of the needs. Specifically, that would be in our food programs. And then we're also trying to weatherize more homes in the area. And I think that aligns nicely with a lot of other initiatives in the county to make sure people have safe and affordable housing. So we're really happy to be part of that process. And that, I think, is my last slide. Hopefully I kept it under 10. I couldn't see the clock.
You did a great job. It wasn't 90 minutes, so we'll take that as a positive. Thank you, Jennifer. Any questions from the board before Jennifer heads out? All right. Thank you very much.
you.
Really appreciate you. All right. Up next, Jason, we just can't get enough of you. Jason Shamblin, presenting the Parks and Recreation's 2025 annual report. Thanks for coming.
Thank you all. Yep. So you don't, right? I'll have a few comments, but we have a video, so you don't have to listen to me talk the whole time.
From the shores of Lake Michigan to forest trails, rivers, and greenways, Ottawa County Parks connects people to nature while protecting the landscapes that define our county. In 2025, the parks welcomed over 2 million visitors for the 3rd year in a row, highlighting their importance as spaces for recreation, education, and community connection. Today, Ottawa County Parks protects more than 7,700 acres of land across the county. At Rosie Mound Natural Area, the park nearly doubled in size with the addition of 127 acres. A grand opening was held in the fall, and a newly approved master plan will guide future improvements while preserving the park's dunes and coastal ecosystems. In eastern Ottawa County, the Bend area expanded by 185 acres, setting the stage for future access along the Idema Explorers Trail. This year, the Grand River Greenway saw significant progress. The Bayou segment of the Idema Explorers Trail is now complete, creating the longest continuous section of the trail to date. When complete, the Idema Explorers Trail will span more than 36 miles, connecting Grand Haven to Grand Rapids and linking into a larger regional trail network. 2025 also marked the grand opening of the Idema Explorers Camp at award-winning Ottawa Sands County Park. The park's conservation, design, and storytelling efforts earned both state and national recognition. In partnership with Holland Charter Township, Zealand Township, and the ODC Network, construction began on a 2.1-mile natural surface trail along the Macatawa River Greenway. The project will connect Hawthorne Pond Natural Area to Upper Macatawa Natural Area and add a new trailhead, modern restroom, and parking at Hawthorne Pond. A Land and Water Conservation Fund grant has also been recommended to support a year-round restroom facility at the nearby Upper Macatawa Natural Area. Connecting people to parks continues to be at the heart of our mission. More than 14,000 residents participated in programs and special events this year. Highlights included bird banding with master bander Mike Bishop, lights at night, and new recreation programs such as trailside first aid and archery. Over 5,000 students experienced hands-on outdoor learning through school programs. We also launched a brand new summer day camp at Hager Park and are excited to welcome campers back in 2026. Partnerships with county departments, libraries, schools, community organizations, and local businesses expanded everything from water safety to conservation science. Protecting and restoring natural communities remains a core focus. Staff treated 730 acres for invasive species, completed 3 prescribed burns, and treated more than 2,000 trees for hemlock woolly adelgid. A pilot native plant greenhouse was launched, producing species such as wild lupin, New England aster, and beebalm. At the Nature Education Center, a new native seed library distributed over 1,000 free seed packets to the community, extending conservation efforts beyond park boundaries. During the City Nature Challenge, Ottawa County Parks partnered with John Ball Zoo, contributing to over 8,000 biodiversity observations across West Michigan. Volunteers continue to play a vital role, contributing more than 12,000 hours to programs, stewardship workdays, and park projects. Behind the scenes, operations staff work year-round to maintain trails and facilities, complete infrastructure improvements, support Eagle Scout projects, and ensure high-quality experiences for visitors across the park system. We are deeply grateful for the Ottawa County Parks Foundation, whose support helped expand health and wellness initiatives, including the Step It Up Walking Challenge and the Visit Every Park Challenge. We also extend our sincere thanks to the Friends of Ottawa County Parks, who celebrated 20 years of dedicated service this year. While the Friends formally concluded their role as a nonprofit, their impact continues. Ottawa County Parks proudly carries forward the Friends' name and spirit through coordinated volunteer efforts. None of this happens alone. Strong partnerships, dedicated staff and volunteers, and continued voter support of the Parks Millage make our progress possible. Thank you for helping protect the parks and natural spaces that make Ottawa County a great place to live, work, and play. See you in the parks.
I think we have a number of park staff here, so if any of the staff want to stand up. So we have the, maybe they all look down. No? Okay, there we go. Everybody go ahead and stand up. So as I like to say, many hands make light work, and you all get to listen to me, most of the time, but we have an amazing team with our park staff, and it really takes everybody in a team effort. And yeah, special thanks to Riley, who's not here, who helped put together our annual report, both the document as well as the videos. So special, let's give them all a round of applause. And then just a few other highlights. We like to think we get to do a lot of the fun stuff here in the county, but there is a lot of support that we get from other departments. So thank you to the Board of Commissioners for all their support and engagement, our Parks Commission as well. But then the Administrator's Office, the Sheriff's Office, we hire 30 plus seasonals a year and onboard those and train them, and couldn't do that without the support and guidance from human resources, IT, fiscal services. So thank you to all of them. We like to say we get to go out and celebrate some of the fun stuff, but they really help us make it all happen. This is fiscal year 2025, and right before that, we finalized our first strategic plan. So just to highlight, our mission is to enhance well-being by stewarding a connected system of natural communities and promoting outdoor experiences. And then we developed our first ever vision. And when you think about our greenways, the Grand River Greenway, Lake Michigan Greenway, Makatoa Greenway, and Pigeon Greenway, our vision is to be a leader in creating a legacy of expansive, accessible, and biodiverse natural communities for all to enjoy. And then the values that we try to hold ourselves accountable every day to: accessibility, education, integrity, health and wellness, sustainability, and collaboration. And then our core initiatives are conservation, connectivity, community engagement, organizational quality, and strategic land acquisition and protection. So I don't want to take up any more time. I'm happy to answer any questions. We had a lot of great progress in 2025. It's always fun to take a minute and look back at all the stuff we accomplished, and yeah, looking forward to the future.
Jason, thank you for all you and your team do for Ottawa County very much, and for the presentation. Any brief questions for anyone? Yeah, see a couple of hands. I don't know which one was first, Sylvia or Allison, but.
Mine's just a quick comment. Like, you acknowledged the staff, but I think you had a lot more parks representatives here. I noticed a few of you were maybe in the video as parks volunteers or who've been involved.
Oh, and we have a number of our parks commissioners here too.
Yep.
So thank you. So
So
parks
just-
commissioners can raise their hand, and lots of volunteers. So I think we had over 14,000 volunteer hours last year. So an incredible impact with
Yep.
volunteers.
Yep. A lot of people that really help care for our parks. So appreciate everyone's attendance tonight too.
Thank you. Yeah, Commissioner Rhodey.
Hi. Jason, I'm just wondering if you can just share for the public, where is the best place to follow you or to find where where they can get more information about educational opportunities, stuff like that?
So I would say on our website, we have all of our programs and activities. If you like that, to go in and search, but we also have a really robust following on both social media, so Instagram and Facebook,
Okay.
and do a really good job of trying to keep those updated.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
definitely.
Perfect. Great question. Thank you. All right, I think that's it. Jason, thank you
All
very
right,
much.
thank you.
Yeah. All right, at this time, we have public comment. If you would like to address council, now's the time to come forward. Please limit your comments to about 3 minutes. There'll be a timer on the screen to keep us all on track. And if you could state your name and voting jurisdiction, that would be great.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Steve Willard. I live in Holland Charter Township. I'm here because I have a documentation of an enforcement gap I believe this board needs to hear. From September 2025 through March 2026, I called Ottawa County Sheriff's Office dispatch 20 times about a single vehicle. Same address, same violation, every weekday morning at 6:30 a.m. Modified exhaust, illegal under Michigan Common Law 257.707C. I filed a FOIA request. I paid $7.82. I've read every page. 14 calls, 0 citations. I'm not asking you to take my word for it. These are your dispatcher's words typed in the official CAD system. September 8th does not have a muffler. September 19th happens every morning at 6:30. October 16th, loud vehicle leaves the address every day at 6:30. October 27th, wakes caller up every morning. November 6th, caller advised this is happening every day. And on November 6th, the deputy's own record states, I am reading directly. This was the 14th time calling to report the loud exhaust on the vehicle. They knew, their own record proves they know. On October 3rd, Deputy McDade located the vehicle, confirmed the aftermarket exhaust on official record, and conducted a traffic stop. The driver was identified. The violation was confirmed by a sworn deputy. The vehicle kept going. I'm not here to say your deputies are bad officers. I'm here to say that the system has no mechanism for a violation that is predictable, repeat, and daily. When the 14th call comes in, when a dispatcher is typing, this happens every day, is the answer still be on the lookout? That is a policy gap. And policy gaps are exactly what this board exists to address. I also have a second FOIA pending, countywide data on modified exhaust citations across all of Ottawa County. Ottawa County extended their response by 10 business days. That arrives April 3rd. Thank you. I will have more in my second comment.
Thank you, Mr. Willard. Is there anyone else who would like to address?
My name is Tim Stoker. I'll pull this down. My voting jurisdiction is the city of Grand Haven. I think I've written all of you recently with regard to my avocation for the millage increase of 0.53. And I think the data that you've received from the Ottawa County Parks Commission, the Ottawa County Parks staff, is both scientific and proven. I think what I'm asking for you to do is allow the voters to make this decision. The voters have already acted with their feet, 2 million visits a year. The voters have approved the millages in the past. I've never seen, and I've been in government work, mostly representing developers for 43 years. I've never seen 6,000 people participate in a master planning process for anything that's government related, ever. And that's how many people participated in the master planning for our parks. What does that tell us? That there is interest, demand, and need. I came from a community on the east side of the state. We had no public parks like this. There was no opportunity to create. I would have to drive an hour and 15, 20 minutes to get to any kind of open space with my family where we could bike, where we could see nature. It just wasn't available on the east side. It will never happen. One of the comments that was made was maybe we should slow down. If we slow down acquiring land, building facilities, fixing up facilities, what does it do? It increases costs. We wait, we increase costs. Additionally, the land that the park seeks are not the lands that developers seek. I've represented developers for 43 years. We're not buying wetlands. We're not buying critical dunes. We're not buying nature habitats. Our clients buy land that's near sewer and water, that's accessible, not out in the rural areas. And, and the other things that the parks do is the quality of life. We moved here 18 years ago, not just because of Lake Michigan, but the quality of life that exists throughout the entire county by these parks. Everybody feels that. And I think the data is there scientifically and also just subjectively. So what I'm urging you to do is pass this app request by the Parks Commission. Let the voters vote for the 0.53 millage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stoker. Is there anyone else this evening? Oh, coming up. All right.
I'm Don Williams from Blendon Township. I come before you this evening to ask for your support for the proposed millage for the Ottawa County Parks. I have no particular expertise. I'm just one of those regular users of our county parks. I've had the distinct advantage of living here for 50 years and have used, even before there was a park commission, the parks. So I rise not because I am an expert, I rise as just one of those many who use our county parks on a regular basis. And so what I'd like you to do this evening is to join me as I go to the Bend. I'm going to make a stop at that big red barn on Fillmore. I worked at Grand Valley for 40 years, and I regularly drove by that property, even when it was owned by a former county commissioner. It was a farm. You know the record of that. I stop and I look at the large popular dog park that's there now. There's a paved path that people like myself, I usually use a walker. I can go from the barn across the prairie and down to Grand River and a marvelous downcline. Then I can take the walk along Grand River. Sometimes I even see an eagle. You can't do it at the moment. The water's a little high, but if you have boots, you can go do it. I can, but the water will go down. At least it has in the last few years. And I'm optimistic that this year will follow suit. I could list a whole list of property or advance that has been made because of our millage. You know it better than I, and so I won't. But I want you to go to the Bend. If you go to the Bend, there isn't much there now. I know that, but I'm an old man. I take my folding chair and I sit in the sun and I dream of what might be. I don't do it for myself. I do it for my great-grandchildren and their children and their children, 7 generations. And you have the chance to invest in their future. I urge you to take positive steps for the millage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Good evening. I'm Marcia Klemp, and I live in the city of Ferrisburg. I'm here representing the League of Women Voters of the Grand Haven area. I have to address the continued operation of the consumer energy plant, the Campbell plant. As you know, on February 17th of this year, Secretary Wright extended the delay of the closing of the plant, which will keep it open for a full year past its planned closure date. If the plant had been closed last year as Consumer Energy was planning, it would have been expected to save families and businesses $600 million by 2040. Keeping the plant open cost $615,000 a day to run, as you know. Of course, we're all worried about the cost of keeping the plant open, but the bigger issue for the league is the environmental impact it has on the people living near the plant. The Campbell plant is one of Michigan's largest greenhouse emitters. It releases toxic substances, including mercury, sulfur, and nitrogen oxides. These pollutants are linked to premature deaths, asthma, and other respiratory illnesses. These pollutants are impacting areas in Ottawa County and as far as Grand Rapids. According to the Natural Resource Defense Council, keeping the plant open halts the planned closure, which was intended to accelerate the shift toward cleaner and more cost-efficient energy. As I address our concerns, how does the board feel about continued supporting of the delay of its closure? Is it benefiting the people of Ottawa County in any way? Thank you.
Is there anyone else this evening? Okay.
My name is Michael. I live in Hudsonville or Georgetown Township. Actually, just to kind of piggyback off of the Parks and Rec, I actually have used some of the programs or gotten involved in them. My kids and I, or our family, did the archery program last fall at Eastmanville Farm. Actually got us out there, and it's kind of a dreary day, but got me excited to actually go back out there, hopefully this spring when it warms up, to kind of check out the trails. But on to my actual point of why I'm here is actually to talk about the J.H. Campbell coal plant as well. As you just heard, you know that the plant was scheduled for retirement last May by Consumers Energy, the company that actually owns and operates it. So I'm sure that the decision that they were making was not like a light decision, and would reflect years of planning around employees' livelihoods, that like people that live in our community, the cost to us consumers or customers on our end, and even the reliability in the future of what our like electrical grid is going to be looking like for us in West Michigan. And yet today, that plan for retiring that plant has been put on hold by the federal order with not really a clear timeline as to when that is going to actually end the ongoing of that plant. But in the meantime, as you heard, the costs continue to add up financially and for us locally. Continuing to operate this plant is just an estimated cost of hundreds of thousands of dollars, although that power may or may not even be used by us in our community, those costs do seem to be getting distributed across multiple states. So it's not just us. Even though with that plant running, we're the ones in West Michigan bearing really the brunt or the direct impact of those continued emissions from the plant and that environmental strain on us as well. So I think it's fair just to ask a few simple questions. If like a Michigan-based utility company has already determined the best path forward for reliability and affordability, shouldn't we trust their expertise? And just as important, with like you guys being officials and making decisions in our county, wouldn't we want to be able to trust you guys and others that live and work in our community to make those decisions for us, rather than somebody who isn't in our community making those decisions? So I see my time is about up, but yeah, I still do want to reiterate, Parks and Rec is going the right way. I'm excited about the new trails that are coming up as well, because I like riding my bike.
Michael, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much.
Good evening, I'm Kristen Gray. I'm going to read because I'm a little nervous. I'm from the city of Holland. I'm in Doug Zylstra's district. It was thrilling to see the annual report from Ottawa County Parks and Recreation Commission in the agenda. I got to read it before coming here. We're truly blessed in Ottawa County to have such amazing parks and outdoor recreation opportunities. I'm here this evening, rather than writing to Mr. Zylstra, to ask all of you, as the commissioners of Ottawa County, to consider the negative implications of the resolution that was passed in February regarding the closing of the Campbell Energy Plant. It is my fervent hope that you will find a way to amend the resolution to lessen the negative health risks for us as residents of this community and county. It's no secret that studies have confirmed that coal burning produces harmful pollutants. And it's incredible to me that Ottawa County, with its fabulous parks, lakeshore, bike paths, hiking trails, and so many other outdoor recreational opportunities, would give support to the continued operation of an aging coal burning plant that is clearly ready to be closed down. It's important to remember that airborne pollutants are particularly harmful to young children and older aged adults. What I'm asking is for you as commissioners to put your best thinking into finding a way to lessen the health burden on those of us who are proud to call Ottawa County our home by amending your resolution of February 5th and that approved the continued operation of the Campbell Power Plant. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gray. Is there anyone else? Come on up.
Hi, my name is Christy, and this is Jacob, my son. We're from City of Coopersville, and we've had the privilege to be in Ottawa County for 26 years and absolutely love it. So Jacob, how old are you?
25.
25. So he's been here his whole life, and he was born with special needs. And the programs that we have here are amazing. I thought I'd make it through without it. But anyways, he started with early on and went to Ottawa Area Center. Once they realized that he was doing better, they tried to move him the closest they could move him. We're in Northeast Ottawa County was South Holland. And I said, that isn't going to work. You know, this is 20 some years ago. I said, that's not going to work. I want him to know the people in the community and the community to know my son. And so luckily a program started the very next year in Coopersville. So he was in the intensive resource room, went through from second grade to senior year. And currently he's at, I'm sorry, we're both emotional. The YAS, Young Adult Services, he's about ready to age out. And so we're in the process of transitioning. Young Adult Services is a transition program. And so with that, we want him to have the best quality life possible. And me being his advocate, and I work really hard to try to get the most information I can, the best information to give him the best quality of life. So he goes to ICUS, this Rec Connect program. He goes there Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And then he also gets to go to the Momentum Center in Grand Haven. Both are amazing programs. Others I've heard are great programs, but these are ones I have actually been to with him, with other students that I've been around. I've seen firsthand the amazing experiences these guys have, the friendships they make, the feeling of being safe. And from a mom's perspective, it's, you know, anybody who has kids, we all worry about our kids. But when you have somebody who has special needs and they can't necessarily speak for themselves, it's very difficult. And to be in a situation where, you know, they're sitting at home by themselves, sitting on a couch, doing nothing, or they get this opportunity to be able to go and make friends and learn. Like what he's learned in just the past 2 to 3 years that he's been at ICUS is opening up more, communicating, having longer sentences when he's speaking, to be able to go into a restaurant and maybe be a little bit more assertive and speak for himself, because they have groups, you know, they have people who are overseeing what's going on, and the people who are overseeing what's going on can help. So he can be as independent as he possibly can, but we have these people who are alongside him to help in the areas that he can't. So I'm sorry, I'm taking longer
You're
time,
great. Thank you,
but
Kristen.
very, very passionate. And I've seen the progress from so many people. So thank
All
you.
right. Christy, thank you for coming. And Jacob, thank you too for being here. All right.
One more, we go to the Ottawa County parks all the time.
Thank you. All right. Come on up.
Barbara Lee, City of Grand Haven and Momentum Center, and it seemed like the right time to get up and try to follow that. I'm here today to strongly support placing the mental health millage on the ballot in August, because in our community, the need is not theoretical, it's visible, it's urgent, and it's growing. Every day we see individuals who are struggling not because they lack strength, but because they are seeking access to connection, access to early support, access to spaces where they are treated with dignity before a crisis occurs. A mental health millage is not about just services, it's about prevention. It's about reducing strain on emergency systems, supporting families, and creating a community where people can get help before things escalate. Now, I also want to briefly and directly address a concern that was raised at your last meeting regarding my recent educational sabbatical. To be clear, no millage funds, nor any public funds, nor any Momentum Center funds, nor any donated funds were used to support that sabbatical. It was completely funded by me from my savings account, and it aligned with my long-term commitment to strengthening the work that I and the Momentum Center do in this community. That experience has already informed how we think about resilience, connection, and community-based mental health solutions, insights that directly benefit the people we serve right here. I take stewardship of public trust very seriously. Transparency and accountability are not optional in this work. They are essential. And that's exactly why this millage matters, because with the right oversight, the right structure, and the right community partners, these funds are used responsibly to expand access, strengthen prevention, and save lives. This is an opportunity to invest not just in services, but in people. I urge you to give voters the opportunity to decide. And once more, I urge anyone with questions about the Momentum Center or my work to come and see for yourself the work that we do and the impact that we make. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Did you want to say anything about the parks too? Sorry, sorry, I couldn't resist. I'll behave the rest of the meeting, I promise. Stefan Forward, thank you.
Hi, I'm Christy Maplink from Zealand Township. First of all, I'd like to address you, Chair Bruger, and ask you to have the work sessions and other strategic planning type events recorded and shared live. If anyone is interested in watching it, I did record it. We have a Facebook group called Zealand Township Bulletin, which is primarily for a 1,900-acre solar farm that's trying to come into Zealand Township and Jamestown Township, but you're welcome to jump on there and watch it. I'd also like to address the Veteran Services Committee War Veteran seat. I read through the applications of various people that stepped forward to be in that position, and it's easy to see a huge difference in those with a true heart to serve our veterans. It is clear that Mark Northrup does not have a servant's heart to serve our veterans. He has repeatedly exposed a degrading side of his nature and attack on others on Facebook. I have multiple screenshots. I'll read you a few examples. Poor lady name, a heart full of visceral hate, void of love and affection. Another one is go back to work, get in your sandbox, hate and vitriol never wins. Another one, you should hang your head in shame. Why are you so vile and gaslighting? You should demean yourself with such character. Evil and hate manifests itself in this behavior. Give it a rest, show some grace. Those were all from political things. Most recently, he also posted in our township bulletin page in regards to somebody who had questioned RWE, which is the company trying to come into our townships with the solar farm, being aligned with the Hudsonville Chamber of Commerce. And he pointed out that they have almost 10% of their holdings is Qatar Holdings. And then the next biggest shareholder is BlackRock. His answer back to that gentleman was, I'd expect this type of narrow-minded rhetoric from a man who has never served his country in uniform nor sought elected office. A true bigot that couldn't lead a brownie troop on a hike. His ignorance is astounding, but even more alarming is his vitriol with his heart filled with hate. Don't feed his meanness, people. You are all better than him, Mayor Mark. Many of these were aimed at women. What happens if a woman veteran seeks service in Ottawa County? Will they be treated with respect? What about veterans in general if they trigger his disdain? I wonder why Mayor Mark needs to be unkind when the First Amendment gives him the right to have a different opinion without unkindness. When anyone resorts to personal attacks, it shows a lack of character. Our veterans are a sector of our society who deserve the best. There are other applicants who would be better suited to serve in this position. Please honor our veterans with your selection for this position. I'd also like to just jump back to the solar farm discussion. As we talk about parks being an amazing part of our county, having 1,900 acres chew up our farmland, especially when the Department of Strategic Impact just put out a survey saying 89% of people think it's important to preserve our county farmlands. It's a huge disparity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meppelink. Is there anyone else?
Good evening. My name is Martin Harris. I vote in Park Township. Actually, Jim, I think you're one of my neighbors. And for the few of you who do know me, you probably know I'm kind of like a numbers guy as an engineer. And I came to talk about statistics with you a little bit. The reasoning behind that, I guess I'll clarify as well. Commissioner on the Parks Commission. And so I wanted to talk about some of the questions regarding the proposed millage and what I was thinking as I, recommended this to you guys that you'll be considering next month. My thesis statement essentially is that if you trust the data, then the responsibility is to pass the recommendation along to the public to vote. And that was what I considered when I was looking at the data that was presented to me. My view as a commissioner is that my responsibility and the whole commission's and department's responsibility in proposing a millage is to figure out what the people want, represent it as best we possibly can, and then present it to the people to vote. And in theory, try to end up with the end result that the people got what they wanted. So from that perspective, and being a kind of a stickler for statistics, I was really curious to look at the data and see what it actually said. And frankly, I do a lot of surveying in my day job and am often disappointed in the efficacy of the data that we get. But one of the things that's really nice when you're surveying a large number of people in statistics theory is that when the number of people you're trying to survey about gets large enough, the sample size you need stops increasing. So to get a plus or minus 5% confidence interval in a survey result, you need 385 people. And that number doesn't really change whether you're looking at 10,000, 100,000, 10 million people. It's really the same. So the surveying methodology, that's obviously only one point of it, but the surveying methodology used by Probalski was very compelling to me, and was one of the things that I was looking most deeply to interrogate before I made a decision about whether to propose that the suggestion go forward. And I frankly have never seen somebody actually follow the statistical methods so rigorously in the research that they did. So that's, I think, where I came to the conclusion that if you believe the efficacy of the data, then the responsibility is to allow the people to vote on that data. And if it turns out that the data was wrong, which is always possible, then the responsibility is also to make sure that the people have a chance to vote as early as possible so that corrections can be made if needed. So my expectation is that the data will be very accurate, but then my feeling of duty is also that we have to present it to the voters without unnecessary delay so that they can have their voice be heard and we can adapt accordingly if needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Good evening. Kelly Rice. I'm president of the Ottawa County Parks and Recreation Commission, and this is my 11th year serving on that commission. So tonight I'm here to reemphasize just how much time and effort has actually gone into the parks millage analysis over the course of the past 2.5, almost 3 years, and why I hope you will approve placement of the proposed parks millage language on the August ballot. In July of 2023, the Ottawa County Parks strategic planning process started, and it continued through 2024. This long-range planning effort actually continued on with the 2026 Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan development and other initiatives within various parks divisions. Outreach and collaboration with Ottawa County Parks Commissioners, the public, and stakeholders lasted over 2 years as the strategic plan evolved into an actual millage analysis. During this period, 2 multilingual scientific surveys were conducted that targeted all the different demographic groups within Ottawa County, including parks users and non-users. And the reason I'm emphasizing public surveys is because I'm always cautious about informal park surveys. I'm a huge park supporter. I surround myself with park supporters. Park supporters answer all of our surveys and that kind of thing. So I figured my personal focus as a public representative on the Parks Commission was really to look at the statistically significant scientific survey results from both the 2024 strat plan and the 2026 millage analysis. So what does everyone in Ottawa County think? So when I saw the survey numbers like those we received and shared, it was apparent to me that the residents of Ottawa County are both proud of their park system and they want even more to maintain our quality of life. This multi-year planning process also changed how I think about parks for our residents of Ottawa County. Although I knew we had some of the best natural areas in the county, if not the country and the state, I heard people saying they needed accessible trails for their elderly parents and their moms with strollers. If you took that walk around Ottawa Sands Lake before the paved trail went in, it was tough. I wouldn't take my 93-year-old mother-in-law there. I heard people say they wanted to protect even more land from development. I heard people saying they needed modern restrooms for their families with changing tables after a day at the beach. I heard 95% of people saying they feel it is important that future generations experience Ottawa County parks in as good or as better condition as they are in today. So what I'm asking you tonight is to please respect the amount of effort Parks has put into this analysis. The amount of detail that's provided in the 2026 Parks Plan, the long-range budget and financial forecasting information in the back is the result of hundreds, if not thousands, of park staff hours. It's an extremely well-developed 497-page document. Placing the 0.53 mill rate on the ballot is responsible democracy, and our residents should be allowed to make this parks funding decision. And if we don't put the option on the ballot in August, we'll have no chance in 2026 to come back with an alternative proposal to fund our parks, which are so well loved and utilized by our Ottawa County residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rice. Is there anyone else? All right, thank you, everyone. Next up on our agenda.
We do have one online.
Oh, sorry, we did one. Oh, thank you, Justin.
No problem. Mr. McCarter, can I just ask you to unmute yourself, state your name and jurisdiction? You have 3 minutes.
Joseph Parnell McCarter, Georgetown Township, moderator of the Exploratory Committee for a Locally Controlled Electric Cooperative. This is in follow-up to the invitation that all board members should have received by email. The invitation is from the Exploratory Committee, consisting of elected representatives from 7 township boards and hopefully more to come, elected public officials like State Senator Victory and his district director, Kyle Terpstra, and others of the Ottawa County. It asks members individually and for the county board as a whole to participate in the Exploratory Committee to investigate obtaining local control of our electric grid via an electric cooperative for those parts of the county without it. Of course, much of the county already successfully has such local control. As the invitation notes, an elected local electric cooperative board does not preclude contracting management to a party like Consumers Energy, but it puts us more in control locally. The current net zero path is unrealistic, as evidenced by continued warnings from NERC and MaxGen events this past winter. Grand Haven Board of Light and Power General Manager recently said, "We think it would be best to keep this plant online to keep the reliability of the grid what we've come to expect. Replacing reliable fossil fuel plants like the Campbell with unreliable solar, wind, and battery, and in the process wasting our valuable farmlands, is misguided. To the concern we will be stuck with the cost of cleanup of ground contamination at the Campbell, a purchase contract can be structured so that Consumers Energy bears the cleanup costs since it happened under their watch. The committee has already been contacted by industry and data center reps interested in partnering with such a cooperative. We have already made great strides in pollution control with the Campbell, and technology is becoming available to improve it even more and almost eliminate all true pollutants. We can be a model in environmentally responsible fossil fuel plants while at the same time maintaining our energy security. It should be emphasized that this exploratory committee is for information gathering purposes only and can do nothing legally binding on parties represented. Ottawa County should not allow ourselves to be held hostage by voters on the east side of the state, but should pursue more local control of our electric grid with the help of the Trump administration. Thank you for consideration of this request.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else?
All the comments we have online.
All right, we got it. Up next, the approval of the agenda. Would anyone care to make a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Ooh, don't all jump at once. Oh, moved and supported. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Up next, consent resolutions. Is there a motion to approve the consent resolutions?
So moved.
A motion and support? Doug?
I'd like to make a motion, or not make a motion, just pull G and L, sorry.
G. So item G under finance and item L.
And I'd like to add K
Depending
to that
policy.
poll as well. Item K.
And item K. All right. GNL, I was thinking GNL chili dogs, and I didn't have dinner tonight, so that sounded pretty good. So we'll move item G, item L, item K, and item L to, I guess we can put those up first there in front of A. Under section 8, we'll make G, L, and A our first ones. All right, anything else?
K and L, is that right? G, K, and L.
Sorry, G, K, and L. Yeah.
We do G, G, L,
Yes.
and K.
I think G, L together and then K makes sense.
Thanks.
All right, anything else? All right, all those in favor otherwise,
We
say
need-
aye. Oh,
need a-
sorry, roll call.
Roll call.
Yep. Yeah. Justin, take the roll when you're ready.
I have paper in front of me. Mr. Moss,
Yes.
Mr. Kyers.
Yes.
Mr. Barry,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel, Mrs. Miedema,
Yes.
Mr. Joritsma,
Yes.
Mr. Teeples,
Yes.
and Mr. Bruger.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, item then G, which is now A, becomes first on our agenda here under section 8. So item G is the suggested motion is to approve the pay grade 19 salary range for a Director of Legal Affairs position, pending position creation approval by the Planning and Policy Committee. Would anyone care to make that motion?
So moved. Support.
Moved by Commissioner Teeples, supported by Commissioner Kyers. Commissioner Teeples, you did make the motion. Would you care to lead us off on this one? Sorry to put you on the spot.
I just think it makes sense. I mean, it doesn't, I know the discussion that has been ongoing for the last couple of weeks has been whether we as a board should have our own own legal counsel. This is a different structure than that. This is creating a county attorney that would represent the departments and be accessible to us, but the department heads as well, run through the administration as a department head. I just think it makes logical sense. It doesn't mean that the board itself can't have its own attorney. I think that may be an expectation we will get to, but I think this one just makes sense.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Teeples. Mr. Zylstra, perhaps you wanted to have this one pulled? If you'd
Yeah, for sure.
Go
I
for it.
appreciate that. No, I appreciate what John said. And I really do appreciate this, Patrick. It's very helpful. It does talk about board appointed outside counsel, working in conjunction with this position. I guess my concern is simply, we know pretty well what that legal services box looks like, but we don't know what that board appointed outside counsel looks like. And I guess, my concern is not knowing what it looks like. It's hard for me to, to get behind something that I really don't know what's happening, right? So I don't know if we have any thoughts about what that, what that bubble means. Board appointed outside counsel. Again, legal services is pretty well defined here, but do we have any thoughts about what that outside counsel looks like, what it does, when we'll see them? et cetera,
So
right?
right now, the county has a legal services policy that talks a lot about corporation counsel, the creation of the corporation counsel. I think that one of the first things we'll want to do if this gets approved tonight is discuss that policy as it relates to what that role looks like to this board, what the interaction between that board and that position are, because I think it's really up to you to define that structure. Right now, we have Ron Bolche and Dickinson Wright more or less on retainer as corporation counsel. That doesn't change with tonight's decision. They will remain at kind of on the bench for the county in terms of providing legal support as needed. They're at the disposal of the board should there be an issue that's come up. We've had an elected official that's reached out to Ron in a different capacity. So that doesn't change with what we're doing tonight. But I do think that the legal services policy should be addressed to have this very discussion that you're asking, Commissioner Zelstra.
Mhm.
And we're prepared to bring recommendations on that forth at the next meeting.
Mhm. So one of the things that was kind of was unclear about, I guess, in finance is I get this legal services and I by and large I support what's here. But again, I just don't understand Ron's relationship with us going forward. I mean, you've talked about corporate counsel being litigation counsel. And I don't see that necessarily as board appointed outside counsel. So I'm kind of stuck as to what legal services in general looks like should this pass, right? Do you see my point?
Kind of. I think maybe it'd be helpful if you gave me a scenario or a question, and I might be able to answer that. But to me, what it would look like is the director of legal services would
Right.
be really the first point of contact by any staff member or any board member that had a particular question, legal question
Right.
about the county. And hopefully that there's a level of trust that's developed that that person is serving you as a good resource for anything that comes across your desk. If there is a situation that arises that the board thinks that it'd be better to have outside help on, or you'd like a different opinion on, or we get into an issue of litigation, that's when you're going to be talking about using outside board-appointed counsel to do that.
So when you say board appointed outside counsel, you don't foresee that person being having a permanent role with us? That's kind of an on-call basis. That's how you view that.
That's how I would probably phrase, or on retainer is maybe
Okay.
a better phrase, to have a
So,
firm on retainer.
so that person, we wouldn't see that person on a month-to-month basis.
Correct. You'd see them as needed.
Okay.
If there was something that arose where you needed to.
And so, Ron, once we get to hiring this person, I don't say you'd cease to exist, Ron. Where would he be in our universe, per se, right?
Well, I don't want to speak for Ron, so maybe you can answer that, Ron, better than I can.
Ron's gonna be on a beach somewhere.
Sorry.
That's my.
Well, do you want to talk about Ron or you want to talk about the position? Maybe the more.
Position.
The position.
Yeah.
Because I've had a few people reading your memo saying, hey, are you retired? Anyway, I think, to me, I think that the advantage of the proposal is you will have someone on staff with a fixed cost. You're going to be paying that person is going to be working here, and you can ask him or her as many questions as you want and keep that person as long as you want. It's not going to change your cost. anything that you want, anywhere, any place where you want legal services, you may contact that person and get a read on whether we're going outside, and then we start incurring costs. And actually, I'm not on retainer. I mean, a retainer ordinarily would be, I'm paid a fixed a sum per month or whatever, and I just do the work that comes in. Corporate counsel for you right now is on an hourly basis. We're not paid a retainer. Every time you contact corporate counsel, you pay for that time. So
Right, so the way I understand what you're saying is that this is gonna replace you, not you per se, because you will continue to exist. But this position called Department of Legal Services will replace what we call corporate counsel.
well, I'm not sure. I don't think you have that position right now.
What's that?
You don't have that position right
Which
now. You would have someone on staff who would basically make the first call on seeking legal services before the outside legal services are contacted and expenses start to accrue. So you would have a clearinghouse. You would have an in-house, on-staff legal person being a clearinghouse for, hey, I can handle this for you. Here's the answer. Here's the thought. Or we should get independent outside counsel for this. And then you would go to where you are now, seeking someone outside the corporate structure, the corporate county structure.
I guess I'm still unclear on that. So my question was, this person occupying the Department of Legal Services will replace what you're doing for us.
Yeah, I don't think so. There
Okay,
isn't
that's
anybody.
why I'm confused. And that was my same confusion from finance, is I'm still trying to understand. Obviously, we're doing something different, but I'm trying to understand what's changing here. Do you get my question?
Okay, the questions will go to that person instead of to me.
So that
yes,
person will replace corporate counsel.
So yes, you would
And
replace.
corporate counsel will cease to exist for Ottawa County.
Well, you would have an in-house corporate counsel,
What does that mean?
a person on your staff to whom you are paying a salary and fringe
That's the
benefit.
Department of Legal Services. You just said something different. You said in-house, you said in-house counsel.
Isn't that?
Well,
isn't
I just want to make
that's-
sure, because
the director of
we
legal
have a lot of names
services
here, and we seem to be like, not, I don't really get.
This goes back to the memo where I cited the MCL that talks about I think we need to get away from the term corporation counsel. I think
Okay.
it's confusing this.
And that's what I'm guessing, is that Department of Legal Services replaces the entire notion.
It replaces a current function of what they do. So Dickinson Wright is contracted right now to provide all sorts of services, including the subcontracting of Doug Van Essen, who is here on a daily basis and
Right,
filling this role. That would cease to exist. And
Right.
so we would no longer be paying Doug Van Essen through Dickinson Wright at an hourly wage. This would be a salaried position that would handle 99% of that functionality.
So when you talk about the legal services policies and rewriting that, we have to substitute out when it says corporate counsel
Yeah.
for the Department of Legal
Yep.
Services.
We will create some language that
Um,
makes sense.
And then in our board rules, when it talks about corporate counsel, we will have to replace that out with corporate counsel, or excuse me,
Director.
no, you're adding a third. term.
Legal affairs.
Legal
Services.
services. I'm just reading services affairs, right? So there's a bunch of words. So our board rules refer to the board. Our board rules right now state that the board appoints corporate counsel, which serves under the administrator, right?
Not currently. I mean, corporation counsel, as you pointed out, Commissioner, is a board-appointed position that does
Right.
not answer to the administrator.
It does answer to the administrator, right?
It's kind of a dashed line.
Yeah, the administrator is the daily contact. If someone's contacting me, the administrator's probably going to be the one to do it. If someone else contacts me, I'm going to make sure the administrator knows that I'm doing it, because The administrator is my liaison, but I don't actually work for the administrator. I work
That's what,
for
that's what our board
board.
rules say. It says it shall report to the administrator.
Report is a little different.
That's been part of my confusion, is that this is a addition in 2025 that says, by majority vote of the commissioners, we appoint corporate counsel, but that person themselves reports to the administrator, right? And I know we had this issue back in 23 where there seemed to be discrepancy between common legal then administrator gives as to who reported to whom. And I think 2025, we clarified that said, okay, by majority vote of the commissioners, we appointed you, which we did in February of 25. And according to the rules, you report to the administrator, right? And according to our org chart, you report to the administrator.
I think there's some ambiguity with that, and that's that therein.
I mean, I didn't write the
Yeah.
2025 board rule.
Right.
I'm just reading, right?
And as we talked about, I think the structure of that doesn't work, and it really relates back to that litigation piece of that role. When you have a potential for the in-house counsel to also be serving as the litigator for the county, it can create an issue. And
Right.
We've seen that happen. So this attempts to separate that activity from in-house day-to-day legal advisor and outside coordinator with litigator and all other.
Right, and I
things.
think we've done that fairly effectively through the insurance authority. I've only been on there for a year, but it seems as if the insurance authority contracted litigation.
The
services.
insurance authority only provides defense services.
Right.
So should the county decide to take action against any entity, you
Right.
would not be using that attorney.
Okay.
Doug, I've got to jump in a minute because we get the floor for about 10 minutes per question. You're at 9.5. And I want to give you another opportunity in a minute. And Joe's been just waiting to get in. Unless you'd like to finish up, it'll be unique because you can continue your questions the second time around.
Chair, from Commissioner Moss, so.
All right, thank you.
I'll do
Thank you
my
for
best.
yielding the floor. All right, Joe.
I'll do my best. I've been trying to boil this down into something simple. So I see this as need-based. I want this decision to be need-based. There is a need. There's a need for legal services day to day. It's identified. It's actually sitting over here, right? We know we have that need. There's a second need, and that is corporate counsel. Now, in this structure that we're talking about, most of the need day to day can be fulfilled by this role. 99%, yeah, probably in some time periods, 100%. So I'm fairly comfortable with that. The one piece that I'm concerned about is that I believe we need to maintain corporate counsel. Corporate counsel that is appointed by the board has a duty to the board, directly to the board. We have attorney-client privilege. We have a resource. I don't really foresee a big need for that, but on principle, there is a need. So I believe I understand what's going on in legal services, and then there was a lot of discussion and litigation counsel was brought up and things like that. So my bottom line is we know Ron will be retiring. We know we have a need for legal services day to day. We know Doug is retiring, right? And we also know we need a form of corporate counsel, whether they're just hourly or you're on legal services agreement or on retainer or whatever. So I think we've identified two needs. There's a lot more within the second need that there's unknown. There is ambiguity. So I support you in that, Commissioner Zylstra. There's unknown in that. We're changing board rules. We're changing policies. We're trying to figure out, well, who would we even hire to replace Ron? We don't have to replace Ron right now. So it gives us some time. Sorry, Ron.
The look that
I
just
think
came
we have,
across the table.
I'm pretty sure we have 2 years, is what I heard. Just kidding. I'm kidding. But so we have these 2 needs. I would like to see both of the needs handled at the same time. That's where I'm at. Because there's a lot of ambiguity in the corporate counsel change. Maybe there isn't really that big of a change that's needed. I really don't think there is. I think that as long as maybe there's some tweaks that have to be made, but we need an in-house coordinator. We need someone who's there day to day, who's doing whatever meetings are happening, that are going on. So those are some of my thoughts. And I'd like to hear what our other board members are at, because I am comfortable moving forward with this, but if there's an understanding that we are not eliminating corporate counsel. So that's what I have.
All right, thank you, Joe.
Can I just take a quick, I still have 30 seconds on my first 10 minutes.
Rebuttal, yeah.
Again, labels seem to be confusing me, at least to me. When you say corporate counsel, you're talking about this board appointed outside counsel bubble.
Correct. That's what I mean. True corporate counsel with a duty to each of us.
Right.
And I think
Yes.
when you say corporate counsel, you're talking about the corporation of the county. So it would extend to all of the
It would.
agencies of the department beyond the board.
Absolutely. Yes. Yes. And it wouldn't be the primary contact person,
Right.
because we would have an in-house contact person.
All right, thank you, Joe. Anyone else? Well, 2 again. Commissioner Rhodey, go for it. And then Commissioner Berry.
Okay. I agree with Commissioner Moss in that, well, first of all, I think it's really important to meet our legal needs as a county. So I want to make sure that the legal needs are met. I think just based on the workload of how much legal work has to be done for a county of this size, we're looking at 2 people. It's not 1. It hasn't been 1 for a while. And so I think it's realistic to look at needing 2 people to do this work. Maybe it's 1 full-time, 1 as needed, but, and that could be where, this in-house legal person comes in, plus a corporate counsel person comes in. I agree with Commissioner Moss that I want to ensure that we're going to have both. I don't really want to proceed with just 1 without assurances that we're going to have both. And so I would like to see this plan further developed and be pursuing both of them at the same time. So then I see 2 more issues. One is that I think it's really important that this board actually has a relationship with corporate counsel. I don't think it should be a person floating out there loosely that we hardly ever see. We don't really know how to access. I think relationship is very important. They are actually they would be an important member of our county team. It's important that we know them and that they're around sometimes. So I'd be very concerned if we just have a floating contract and it, goes just through the administrator. I mean, what happens if we disagree with the administrator on something? So who then does corporate counsel truly represent? Is the administrator, if he's the only one with real contact. And so then I also see then a structure issue and an oversight issue. I really do believe that by statute, we're the ones who have the charge to hire corporate counsel and to have that supervisory role over corporate counsel. I don't believe it's the administrator. And so I would like to see that clarified. And if this is truly 2 different positions, then let's flush them both out and have it structurally demonstrate what those 2 things are. Maybe in-house legal counsel is directly under the administrator, but corporate counsel isn't. But I'd like to see both plans flushed out so that we have assurances that we're not just dropping down to 1, that that this board then loses relationship with and that structure with.
Thank you, Commissioner Rhodey. Commissioner Barry?
I think there's been some confusion over labels and specific names of positions and maybe some lack of clarity about specific responsibilities that go to a specific corporate counsel versus litigation counsel, and what does that mean? But I think the plan that's being presented, it makes sense. Ottawa County is big enough, busy enough. There should be a daily presence of legal counsel to the county. And that should be an internal position, that's a salaried position as opposed to paying billable hours, which is an open-ended arrangement. The so-called board-appointed outside counsel does seem like a second position. I agree on that. I'm not clear. That seems like an as-needed type of position. Otherwise, I'm not sure what they would do, what the responsibilities to that position would be on an ongoing, regular basis. But I think this is a reasonable start, and that second part can get kind of fleshed out as we go here. But I think this is a reasonable approach, and I could see how it could have some cost savings, having an internal person as opposed to doing billable hours.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Georgezma?
Yeah, I completely agree. I'd echo Commissioner Barry's statements. I think one of the things for me is that this motion doesn't cancel our contract with Dickinson Wright at all. You know, they do serve kind of at the pleasure of the board and, you know, do the legal work that we requested. And as far as I know, you're on retainer, right? I mean, it's
Hourly.
Serve at your
available.
pleasure. I am one vote away from ever being gone.
So, you know, this motion wouldn't trigger any change in that relationship. So it actually seems to me that this structure provided by the administrator would make, you know, we would be able to essentially do it turnkey as soon as we get this director of legal affairs.
Commissioner Miedema?
I guess I would echo what Commissioner Moss and Rhodey have already said. I think one concern I have is with the current plan ahead of us without the extra piece, is that Ron could effectively retire at any point once we have this new director of legal affairs, and then it could just be told us, I think we're good. I think we're good. I think this new director of legal affairs will be able to fulfill the need, and I do think we need the additional person. So I would be more comfortable for, I guess, just full transparency to the full board in having both positions brought before us and have it a little bit more fleshed out, and so that we can be truly assured that we have that representation that I think that this board needs to be able to have.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. I see
Yeah,
our
just so
administrator.
I think we're all saying the same thing right now, and that is what Commissioner Georgezma said is true. We're not changing the board appointment of Dickinson Wright and Ron Bolche. That doesn't change. What the hope and the strategy with this was to have this person come in and be able to spend time with Mr. Van Essen and with Mr. Bolche to basically brain dump as much as we can to get that person up to speed. And so to replace them simultaneously takes away that advantage of the shadowing that I'm trying to accomplish. So that's one reason that I'd like to do this ahead of the next. But again, it does not change it. You know, if and when Mr. Bolche retires, that would be a good time for the board to go out and maybe do a search for which firm or firms would be best of service to Ottawa County in that bubble.
Commissioner Miedema fills the floor, and then we got to go around. Everybody's got a chance.
I guess that I still have a question on that, because I think that Ron has already shared that he wants to retire. We are in that spot right now. I don't understand why we wouldn't be looking at both at the same time. And I think you can still have the shadow possibility with the restructuring together, adding on the position already stated. So I don't think it would be missing out on what you stated. If we brought forward the idea that some of us have suggested, I think you can still achieve what you're mentioning.
So I guess to be clear, are you suggesting that we wait to post this until we also have an RFP out for legal services for the county simultaneously? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, making sure that we don't lose what we currently have come to expect here as a board. Like, I'm just concerned that there's gonna be, at some point, how it's currently written is that this new person will report to you under the job description. I have concern with full transparency of we are going to lose our person that reports to us.
You're not. That doesn't change with this until you decide that you want a different corporation counsel, for lack of a better term. That does not change. You still have that access.
Until, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I still have concerns about that.
Okay.
All right. Before we go around a second time to everybody but Doug. Kidding, Doug. Phil and Jacob. There you go. Phil and Jacob haven't gone yet, so go for it. Jacob.
Yeah, no,
Mr.
I think we're all pretty unanimous that this is a need of the county. You know, I see big head nods. When we traveled around, Commissioner Zalstra and I traveled around to all the different department heads and did a listening tour. This was a topic that continued to come up over and over, mainly for contract negotiations, contract reviews, contract questions. The normal day-to-day business, I think having somebody accessible like that, we can't really delay on that. I think that's something it's a critical need. We need to respond to that. I think we've got great corporation counsel right now that we can continue to use, but I don't think we should drag our feet on this. You know, I think that this is something that I think it makes a lot of sense to move forward with right away.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kyers, do you have anything to add before
Yeah,
I chime in?
I
Oh, Kendra.
echo what Jacob said. I think we're overthinking this personally. I mean, why don't you just dive into this? Like, it's pretty simple to me. I'm sorry, but I think we should move forward on it.
All right, Phil. Thank you, Phil. Commissioner Wenzel, I just didn't want to miss. Okay. All right. Thank you. My 2 cents, then we go around a second time if we need to. I look at this very much as we're not getting rid of the person who is presently Ron until we as a board fire him or, sorry, Ron, that was harsh. Until we decide that your services are no longer needed as our corporation counsel under the present title. I look at this as, frankly, for lack of the person who's filling the spot right now is sitting behind Ron, and that's Doug. And as much as I appreciate Doug and his role with the county, it's time to expedite you out of here and into retirement. And to do that most expeditiously is to hire this new person and to give Patrick the authority to do so. And so I look at that as that's the step we're taking tonight. By no means are we getting rid of corporation counsel. We're, getting rid of Doug's role as he presently serves in. And I see definitely tremendous benefit in having the brain dump time to happen. And I would ask, I hope that Ron is around for a little while we do this transition, and it seems like you're willing to do so. And once the brain dump, for lack of a better word, is complete, and Doug exits stage left, Ron is still here, we then start to look to fill Ron's position. So I would, for me, I'm going to be voting in favor of this and the other one that's under finance. But then I'd also love to be able to punt over to Jim and the Planning and Policy Committee to start to look more at how we as a board want that corporation counsel position to be shaped. I don't think we hold that up. I don't think we stop right now. We get it done because we know it needs to happen. So that's my 2 cents. Anybody else care to second time?
I would like to make,
Mr. Rhodey.
I would like to make a motion to amend L to read as follows. To approve the creation of Director of Legal Affairs position to be posted immediately upon board approval, and then comma, as a position which does not replace the board-appointed and board-supervised position of corporate counsel.
We've got a motion on the table. Is there support for that?
Support.
Support from Commissioner Wenzel. Commissioner Rhodey, we'll turn it over to you. It's the
I just think it's important to a number of us here to clarify that we are talking about two positions and that one position is not just in effect terminated or potentially terminated once Ron Volchi retires.
Can you read it again?
Yeah, I'm wondering,
Yes.
Justin, if you got it or if Sylvia, yeah.
To approve the creation of a Director of Legal Affairs position to be posted immediately upon board approval as a position which does not replace the board-appointed and board-supervised position of corporate counsel.
All right, anybody else want to comment on that one?
So.
Doug, the floor is back open to you, man.
Comment on Sylvia, or am I out of turn?
No, you're good. Yeah, you raised your hand. Go for it.
So I really appreciate that because I think that really draws a distinction I think a lot of us are talking about is this org chart is great, and I think we're all kind of supportive of that. Jacob, I think we're on the same page that we really need this legal services position, but we can't do that, you know, at the expense of having board resources and having a direct relationship with corporate counsel. And, you know, I will be supporting your motion. I just want to make sure that, you know, when we talk about corporate counsel and we talk about Ron, we talk about someone who, for me, shows up every month, right? Gives us guidance on procedure. And someone who we can reach out to when we have questions about how we do our job and what our job means, right? So when you say corporate counsel, that's how I interpret that to mean. So if that's what you mean, then I'm totally supportive of what you're saying. You don't agree with what I'm saying, Ron?
I understand what you're saying. Could I, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, yes, please, Ron.
Okay,
Yep, and then we'll go over to Commissioner Wenzel.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to, okay. You've all heard the saying, you know, there's just not enough work in this town for one attorney, but there's plenty for two. There's my concern.
I don't think I've ever heard that, but I'm not a lawyer.
Isn't that pretty good? I think the important thing is the day-to-day person. And I think we're maybe getting hung up on titles and on organizational charts. I think even the Director of Legal Services, yes, would report to Patrick. I would consider myself as reporting to Patrick on a day-to-day basis. You don't meet every day. If I need something, if I need direction, if I have to get something, or if I'm asked something, it's going to come from Patrick. That doesn't change. On the other hand, I know I can make Patrick mad and still be employed by the county as long as I have 6 of you on my side. So that's just the way it is. And that's the way, so I think the Director of Legal Services, even if the Director of Legal Services is shown in the organizational chart as under Patrick, that person is probably still going to have an employment contract with the county board and serve at the pleasure of the county board. I don't believe Patrick will contract with that.
Could you repeat that? Because now I'm confused again.
Okay, am I right with this?
Well, maybe
don't
not.
think
on
so.
the agenda. Sure, I would agree, Ron.
I think, yeah, I didn't agree with that. I don't see where that's going.
Well, I was thinking that the Director of Legal Services would still be an employee of the county, and the employer of the county is the county board.
Which if they're accountable to me, I'm accountable to you. So
Logistically, you're right. I mean, that's, as a practical matter, everybody reports to the board, right? Every employee of the county reports to the board. So logistically, you're correct in that statement.
So then my concern with having basically 2 people with intimate day-to-day knowledge, I mean, that, it seems rather duplicative. I think you might want to have that second person, not the Director of Legal Services, be an actual, not a single person, but a firm.
Right.
Because
I agree.
some days it'll be property work, some days it'll be labor relations, some days it'll be legal liability, civil rights, whatever.
Right.
And you're going to want to have multiple people, not one person
Right.
that you are dealing with on a day-to-day basis. I think you're going to want to have a director of legal services sitting here regularly, daily contact. You see the person regularly, here for drop-in questions, and then you want to have a bank of people you call for specialized services as they arise. And that would include when the county board has a disagreement with the administrator, that you can go to somebody.
Okay, thank you.
Can I
Mayor.
say something?
Actually, I got to get Kendra first. She's been very patiently waiting. Kendra, or Commissioner Wenzel.
Sorry, Kendra.
That's okay. To me, exactly what Sylvia said cements all of this. It takes care of it. It's the distinction. I don't understand why we wouldn't want that. And actually what you said was also a distinction. So I think that that kind of proves the point of what Sylvia is talking about with her addition. I wholeheartedly agree with that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Teeples.
Sylvia, can you repeat, just as I wrote it, the position, so long as the position does not replace, what's the last words for that?
It does not replace the board appointed and board supervised position of corporate counsel.
So can I jump in very quickly and clarify whether we are talking about G or L?
L.
Okay.
Yep.
This whole time,
On G.
It's going to be the same thing. At the moment, we've got G.
Same thing.
At the moment, it is G.
this amendment.
Oh, I see what you're
I
saying.
thought they were
Oh, yeah. About amending it, so.
No.
talking about both together.
Add the same thing to that.
Vote on G first.
I mean, however we want to word it.
Let me address Sylvia. Sylvia, I don't think it works because in either case, the board appoints corporate counsel. I think what the better language, and I support the idea, as long as the position does not replace corporate counsel to the board,
Right. Right.
right? Corporate counsel to the board.
Cleaner.
It's just, yeah, because if we go appointed, because both positions are going to get appointed by this board, right?
Well-
Ultimately,
Well, actually,
No, not the case.
actually,
while we're voting on it.
Actually, I think we have two issues here. I think we have two issues here, and I think we need to clean them both up. So we have an issue with the job description. In the third line, it says the director is appointed by and serves under the county administrator's general direction. And I think that's part of what's taking us off the tracks too. And I think that line needs to change to something like the director is appointed by the board and serves under the board and the county administrator's general direction. I think there needs to be room there that both the board and the county administrator work with this person. And yes, the county administrator on a day-to-day basis provides the general direction, but I don't think it should be at the exclusion of board interaction. And so I think that sentence is what's throwing us off and raising a lot of red flags.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Teeples,
I don't
back
think
over to you.
so. I don't think that needs to be changed. So here's why. This position, the Director of Legal Services, well, if we pass it, will become a department head reporting to the administrator, right? That, what there's been a lot of talk here about is the board wants its own attorney, right? And the question is, do we go out and have that attorney always present or only as needed? That's the only distinction. But I think by and large, most of us, there's been a lot of the good consensus here that says this board wants its own attorney, right? But that's different than this Director of Legal Services that would be a department head reporting to the administrator doing the day-to-day stuff, who could be available to us, but we still want our own attorney. That's kind of what I'm hearing on this board, right? And so I don't think that the language of the job description needs to be changed. I think it's absolutely correct. But what we're saying is we want our own attorney. Just because we may not like the opinion of that Director of Legal Services, we want something else more in addition. We could go through them and say, look, we want an attorney, but we can also go out to bid and find her own attorney
Mhm.
and put them on retainer. If they'll ever do it, which they never will.
So we've heard from Commissioner Teeples, Doug a little bit, Sylvia, Kendra. Is there anybody else? Joe?
Yeah, so I would like to agree with Commissioner Teeples and with Ron. I think they're saying the almost the exact same thing.
I do too.
And that's what I'm saying. We have these two needs. We need the in-house. And as long as we are meeting those two needs, I'm comfortable with it. And I want to also say that if the Director of Legal Services or whatever is sitting here in the meetings, I support that. I think they're here day to day. I think the key for having corporate counsel is that we find a firm that has capacity and availability. And as long as we have a point person, someone that we can reach out to if we ever need to in the off chance or in the rare chance or when it's needed, then I'm very comfortable with that. And I think that is effective for this board.
Thank you, Commissioner Moss. Just a point of order, we need to clean up the motion. And I'm not sure how to do that, Ron, because the amendment was made on the next item.
I can withdraw it for now and then.
So we do that, and then do you want to make that motion on the
Sure.
amend
Yep.
G?
I think Justin could relax then a little better too.
Call the question for G.
Well, we'll get our amendment
Together.
first.
That goes to L.
That goes to L, I think.
Oh, you want to,
We have
you're
to
just
vote.
going to withdraw that and we're going to vote on G now?
No,
Yeah.
yeah.
All right, let's vote on G and then we'll move on to L where we can talk about this again. Might as well call the roll on this one, Justin, just because we've been at it for a bit.
Worries. Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Teeples,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
No for now.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mr. Moss,
Yes.
Mr. Joritsma.
Yes.
Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. Barry,
Yes.
and Mr. Bruger.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, next item on the agenda is item L, which is in-house legal services restructuring proposal. The suggested motion at the moment is to approve the creation of the Director of Legal Affairs position to be posted immediately upon board approval.
So
It-
moved.
So moved by Jortsma. Is there a second?
Support.
Support by Moss. All right, we have that on the table right now.
Okay.
Do you want to?
I actually would like to ask Commissioner Moss if he had a different way of cleaning up the language.
I wasn't sure. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right.
I thought yours was close. So maybe you could just restate it and maybe John could listen and we could just make sure it's pretty close and
We're going on the fly. I like
Yep,
that.
yep.
Sylvia, go for it.
Okay. To approve the creation of a Director of Legal Affairs position to be posted immediately upon board approval as a position which does not replace the corporate counsel up to the board.
I think John's was better.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Offer an
Pretty
amendment.
good. Well, that sounds good. As a position that does not replace corporate counsel to the board.
I think I actually shifted it a little bit to take what
Okay.
you recommended.
John, would you like to second that?
I'll second that.
There we go. All right. Guess by order, point of order, Commissioner Rhodey, back to you. It's a fun meeting, guys.
I just
Great.
think that clarification is necessary. We do not want to lose that resource for the board.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Commissioner Moss?
I've been saving this comment. So we're talking about overlap. We know we have two people who are going to be transitioning. We want overlap in-house with current corporation counsel, which includes Doug. And then we want overlap with corporation counsel with whatever the new corporation counsel is. You do not want a gap or lack of knowledge transfer. So that's my comment, is that I don't know what the wording would be if we're going to make a change or if we're just talking about it. But that would be my perspective, is that we need to handle both of those overlaps so they can shadow, so they both shadow.
And I think we're okay right now with this because right now we're doing one and we're saying we're preserving the other, which then allows us, with that preserved, to then work on the other.
You
Does
just
that
don't
make
want the gap
sense?
between the two. I get that.
Yeah, and I don't want them to lose the information that will come directly from Ron and from Doug. In whatever that, okay, sorry, Doug, I'm not committing you, but definitely from Ron. As there will be another transition, and it may be in 60 days, right? Or something like that. I assume it's fairly quick, 90 days. How far can I bump this out, guys?
Yeah. All right, thank you, Commissioner Moss. Anybody else before we vote on this one?
Again,
Commissioner Zylstra.
and I apologize. Is it my turn yet?
Yes, you have been recognized, sir. Go for it.
I guess I support it. I just want to have clarification. And I apologize if I'm being kind of obtuse on this, but I just don't get what we're planning to do with corporate counsel, right? I mean, my understanding is that corporate counsel will no longer attend our meetings, will no longer get your counsel on a monthly basis. And I would miss that, actually, Ron. We would have the Director of Legal Service sitting in your place. And that we would basically have a phone number to call with any questions, but we wouldn't have a direct relationship with corporate counsel. Is that the way I understand?
I guess
Because
that,
I would not like that. I would like to have a more strong relationship. I would like to see our corporate counsel once a month. I would like them here at the dais with us. I think that preserves a balance, it preserves a relationship, and simply having a business card doesn't do it for me, right?
All right.
So,
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Teeples.
We're not doing anything with corporate counsel, I think, Doug, but I think that we should have a discussion as a board about what we expect from a corporate counsel to the board, right? Doug has some ideas, right? Somebody else may have some other ideas. So we should have a discussion. So then once we discuss it, then you, Patrick, can go out with the RFP. So as of today, we're not doing anything with corporate counsel to the board. But to define what we want to do, we need to further discuss.
and I get that, I'm just not comfortable
Yeah.
taking the step without that, so
Yeah, I
I
get
want
it.
to clarify
Yeah,
that, right?
no, I get it. So anyway,
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Rhodey, would you like to go your second time around? We're getting a little bit off, but go for it.
sure, I would just, I appreciate that concern. And I think that it's important for the entire board to have this discussion. And I think that's maybe why we're landing here a little, not in sync with each other. I think this would be a really good work group discussion to really flush out what's needed for this, because it's hard when motions come that don't feel, complete or thorough to everybody. So I guess I'd suggest that in addition.
That makes sense. Before we go on to the next commissioner, which will be Commissioner Miedema, I think Doug has been itching to say something. I guess you better step up to the mic or find a mic somewhere, Doug, so that folks at home can hear.
Look, let me just say, there's not enough work for two lawyers.
Yeah.
I'm serious about that. There really is not. We have a fiscal department and a contracts department that is unbelievably good. They come in 2 or 3 times a week and ask me a detailed question, and I offer some input on it. So there really isn't. There's enough work for one, and it's important that we have one person in-house. Attended meeting on Southwest budget. I helped break apart the resolutions for the 2 millages today, answered a bunch of questions of different personnel by email. And I have something that you all need to be aware of that is augmenting the legal services that can be provided to you. AI is here, folks. I have an assistant, some people call it Al, I call it my AI, but that can give you a legal opinion on any question that you ask it in 7 minutes. You can set it to 10 or more, but 7 minutes gives you a 5 or 6 page opinion on any legal subject that I have found to be 95% accurate, more accurate than an associate would be. And all of you have that available now. You could call Peyton and ask her to run a legal question for you through AI and get an objective, detailed research opinion on that that is 95% accurate. It's amazing what it can do. That's, Doug, I think what you're looking for primarily is the ability to call someone up and ask a legal question. My concern about what you're debating here is I don't think it's going to make it much more difficult to find the replacement that I'm looking forward to, because I do eventually want to fulfill my promise to my wife 3 years ago that I am retiring. And a two-headed monster is going to scare qualified counsel away. As Ron said, it almost immediately creates a rift and a change. And that person, we don't know their abilities. Hopefully they can come in and impress you all with their objectivity and their responsiveness. But I want to make sure that person has the chance to do that and to be successful at it. Now, you're looking, I would challenge you, what are you really looking for in a board's council? Yes, you're looking for a parliamentarian. I would presume that that director of legal services can provide that. What you also want is that objective analysis on legal questions. And I'm telling you that AI is replacing Ron and I for a lot of that work. And so what's left is judgment and problem solving and fixing, listening to the Zoom call that we had with on Talmadge Meadows, and then formulating a legal plan. That's what I envision this person doing. The issue of who they report to is really secondary. I've always had the administrator relying largely on the legal advice. They don't challenge it. So I've never had an administrator challenge and change my opinion on anything. So that really doesn't happen, but you're interested in getting objective legal analysis, and it's here. You can just formulate your question and you will get it answered in a very objective way. So my concern is that you not chase away qualified candidates for this director of legal, because they're going to want to meet with the board. They're going to want to try to serve you and make you happy. And if you decide that they don't on any particular issue, then you go to your outside firm and get a second opinion or a different opinion. But I don't think you want to create conflict in your structure. I think this person is likely to satisfy 98% of your needs. And when you have an independent need, you'll be able to vote as a board to get that outside second opinion.
Thank you, Doug,
Yeah.
very much. All right, Commissioner Miedema. Do you remember what you were going to say?
I'm just trying to decide if it's, I guess just, it's 8:40. I have heard a lot of thoughts, a lot of really good points, including from Patrick and Ron and Doug. And I honestly just don't think like it's ready for a vote tonight. I am hearing even from internally that they're not in sync. There was things that they didn't know that the other one was going to say. Like, I just don't think I'm not ready to take a vote on this tonight. So I'll just put that out there. I don't think so while I could support Sylvia's motion, technically, when it comes up to the main motion, I'm at a no, because I don't think we're there. I feel like I still think there's a lot of ambiguity.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Moss, hold on. Yeah,
Wait, I can wait.
all right. Commissioner Brody?
I would just say that what Doug Van Essen just shared changes my perspective on things, because I think what he's telling us is that we do only need one position. And because yes, I agree, AI does amazing things. If we truly only need one position, to your point, the one position would do all the things. And so if it does all the things, then it needs to be appointed by the Board of Commissioners. It needs to be accountable to the Board of Commissioners. And we might be calling it this, but that would be corporate counsel. We're not talking about two different entities then. And while we may currently have two entities, actually we have three, because we have an additional legal part, happening in the insurance authority, which is separate. But with these two parts, we currently have two parts, and we're looking at going down to one, if we're being realistic. If one covers the needs, then we're actually talking about corporate counsel labeled as legal whatever, Director of Legal Affairs, fulfilling the function of our traditional corporation counsel, which by statute is hired by the board and accountable to the board. And there are some times when that accountability direct to the board actually does matter. We've had instances in the last several years where we had administration and legal counsel at odds with each other, and that direct line to the board was critical. So I think we need to, I actually agree with you, Allison. We either need to clean this up quickly, or maybe we need to bring it back in a month.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. I think all of us who have been speaking have spoken twice. Is there anybody else who would care to comment before we vote on the amendment? All right, let's vote on the amendment. Justin, if you would
I'm
call.
actually going to withdraw my amendment at this point, because I don't think it cleans up the mess. I'm not going to be able to vote on this tonight as is. So I'll just withdraw my amendment.
Okay. So the amendment is withdrawn, and the motion at the present time reads to approve the creation of the Director of Legal Affairs position to be posted immediately upon board approval.
Commissioner Miedema, if I were to make a motion to postpone this, would that satisfy what you're?
I would support that.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to postpone this vote.
Okay, we've
Support.
got a motion and support to postpone. Any further discussion on that? Commissioner Moss?
I'm sure I have discussion. I'm just not sure what it is yet.
Do you want to hold for a moment to come back to you? Or?
No, I'll add a comment. I get two, right? No, no.
Yeah,
So
maybe 3 tonight.
So in general, I agree with Commissioner Zylstra's motion. The reason why there's all this discussion is because this is a big change. It is a big change. We are changing the way that our legal support is going to function. We are, and we are going to move it into, we're talking about moving it into this new position. I'm not against that. I fully support what John said and what Ron said, that we make this change, and we also permanently maintain a relationship with corporate counsel. And ideally, it's a firm with a point person so we can get to know them. And whether or not they are here every month, or whether or not if Doug or somebody wants to have a relationship with them or build a relationship with them, maybe they go meet with them once a month or something. I'm comfortable with that. I don't know how to get to there right now because we're making such a big change. And the rest of it is not here. So that's my first comment.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Moss. Anyone else?
But I would just point out, given my role as parliamentarian, a motion to table is not debatable.
Oh, thank you, Ron.
Ron.
He didn't say table, he said
Told you
postpone.
that too.
Oh, yeah, okay, all right.
Oh, did he say postpone?
He said postpone, not table.
Oh, yeah, it's the same.
Is that a motion?
The same thing.
What's the difference?
Can't make a, Ron can't make a motion, so we're good. All right, Justin, would you call the roll on the motion to table?
Absolutely. Mr. Kyers,
No.
Mr. Moss,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel.
Yes.
Mr. Barry,
No.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Teeples,
No.
Mr. Bonema,
No.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Georgezma,
No.
and Mr. Bruger.
No. All right, so we're back to
Yes,
the,
sorry,
yeah,
I was
that
counting.
For now.
counted that one, sorry, jumped the gun on that. We're a little bit off script here, sorry, guys. Is anyone interested in making Sylvia's motion a second time before we vote on this? She withdrew it.
I
But-
am interested in making a change that maybe could help.
Okay, yeah, if anyone would like to make a motion to amend the motion, you are welcome to do so.
Yes,
Sylvia.
so, I'm not exactly sure how to say this, so I'll just try it out. So, so it would be the motion with an amendment to, the job description. And the job description would be amended on the third line where it says the director is appointed. I think it needs to say something like the director is appointed by the board and serves under the board and the county administrator's direction as corporate counsel.
Okay, so there's a motion to amend on the table,
I will support that.
supported by Commissioner Zylstra, and if you could read it one more time before
I
we
will try.
open discussion on that.
The director is appointed by the board and serves under the board and the county administrator's direction as corporate counsel.
Okay, Commissioner Kyers, you
Yeah,
raised a finger.
The reason why we're rewording this, creating a different thing is to get rid of the corporate counsel. So we have one person that we don't have to pay huge money. We still have corporate counsel
It
on
would-
hourly wage. So why do you want that in there?
It would do that. So effectively.
No, it would give the job description that we're gonna have a corporate counsel that we gotta pay more money to instead of this job description of a legal affairs position.
So
It
my,
totally changes the whole position.
so my intent with this would be that when he retires, it just all goes under that person. So maybe that's why this needs more time. It needs to be flushed out more because I am in agreement with what you guys are trying to do, but your language does not clearly state it.
All right, and technically, I should have gone to Sylvia first, by the way, before I went
I
to
assume
Phil.
there was a
Sylvia,
second
we
to
did
that.
that. Sorry, Justin?
Assume there was a second to that.
That was my second.
Doug seconded it, yep. And then, yeah, Sylvia. Joe, we're over to you, Commissioner.
Okay, so I agree with Commissioner Kyers. I think that maybe there's a different solution here. Maybe you could withdraw your motion, make a different motion. Why don't we just say, to approve the creation of the Director of Legal Affairs position to be posted immediately upon a board approval and to begin the search for new corporate counsel?
I think what Sylvia's saying, she wants the opposite of that.
Well,
I don't want the opposite of that. I want someone who's working day to day in the county, like we've talked about, and how Ron has described and what Doug is doing. And then I want to maintain a corporate counsel who has a direct duty to
One
the
and same-
board.
One and the same people.
It shouldn't be the same person. You need
Commissioner
two
Moss has the
separate.
floor, everyone. Please,
I kind of like the back and forth, but thank you.
I know, but yep.
But
all
so I go back to what Ron said. He said, I can make Patrick mad and I still don't get fired. There's a healthy tension between a corporate counsel role in existence and a director of legal affairs or legal services. I support having both. And so we know we have to start the process of finding new corporate counsel. So why don't we just vote on that? And then the chair can help figure out a way to start. Maybe the chair and Commissioner Teeples and Commissioner Kyers, or, work with Patrick and Ron to go start looking at some firms. I think that would solve a lot of the issues.
I think
Commission-
one of our question is, what is the long-term intent here? Is a long-term intent here to merge down to one position? Or is it to keep it at two positions? You know, or one position plus supplementary? Because those are two different things and we don't know what your intent is. So what is the intent of county leadership going into the future?
Commissioner Rhodey, I've got to go around everybody else
No.
before would anybody else care to comment? Before we,
I'll comment.
okay, Commissioner
I
Tebow.
think the corporate intent is we create a department head reporting to the administrator. We as a board have a right to appoint our own corporate counsel. That's what we're calling this person that reports to the board. And so that's a separate issue. So we would have two people. And it's important, I think, I totally agree with you, Joe, because there's potentially there's conflict of interest with the board and the administration. So it needs to be two people, right? And right now we're talking about creating a department head. We now have to discuss at a later date, discuss what we expect of our corporate counsel. And we'll do that. But they're not the same. They're
Yeah, they're
different.
not the same.
And they need to be different in my mind.
All right.
So where I'm at, sorry, I keep throwing out all these amendments, is I'm going to withdraw my last amendment. Sorry, Justin. It's just
Good.
easier than us having to vote on it, okay?
It is.
So I'm gonna withdraw that and I'm gonna go back to my first amendment. And that was simply this, to approve the creation of a Director of Legal Affairs position to be posted immediately upon board approval, which does not replace corporate counsel to the board, which I believe, John, is what you're saying
Right.
you ultimately want to do.
So we've got a motion and I would be happy to second that.
Let's vote.
All right. Any further discussion or may we vote on the amendment?
Just a quick, I support the spirit, but again, with the lack of specificity, I can't vote yes. I appreciate that.
All right, Justin, if you would call the question on, take the roll. That's the word.
Yes.
On the amendment right now.
The amendment.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mr. Georgezma,
Yes.
Mr. Teeples.
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Mr. Barry,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Moss,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra.
Yeah.
Mr. Kyers.
Yes.
And Mr. Bruger.
Yes.
All right, and the amendment passes.
All right, let's vote on this thing. Justin, would you just for one more time, read the motion as it stands and then we'll vote on it.
So what I have is to approve the creation of a Director of Legal Affairs position to be posted immediately upon board approval as a position which does not replace corporate counsel to the board.
All right, that's the motion. If you would call the roll, Mr. Roebuck.
Okay, Mr. Zylstra,
No, sorry.
Mr. Teeples. Mr. Georgezma.
Yes.
Mr. Kyers.
Yes.
Mr. Barry,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
No.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Moss, Mrs. Wenzel, and Mr. Bruger.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Before we pick up the next one, if I could have a motion for a 5-minute recess, I would be
Motion for
very
a 5-minute
grateful.
recess.
Support.
Most, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Stay seated.
Hi. No break.
No break, he's ready.
Work faster.
I did not let.
That really has an impact. I haven't done that yet. Commissioner Roebuck, if you, are you,
It's in the bathroom.
what are you, clerk? If you could,
Never mind.
yeah, we're just waiting on you. Oh, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. All right, let's, slowly get the meeting back to order. The next item on the agenda is, I just had this down, public health, which is item K. And I'll read off the suggested motion, and if anyone would like to make it and second it, we'll get it on the table. The suggested motion for item K is to approve the Ottawa County Department of Public Health local plan of organization for cycle 9. Would anyone care to make that motion?
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. All right, and on to discussion. I guess, I don't know if you lean forward because you wanted to talk first, Jordan, but you're in the spot.
Nope, no discussion.
How did I know that was coming? All right, I'll go next to Commissioner Minema, who requested this be pulled. So we'll give you the floor.
I'll just start off with making a motion. So I make a motion to remove the Where One program and the Youth Assessment Survey YAS from the Public Health Plan of Organization.
So we've got a motion and a support. And if you give me just a moment here.
Would you mind repeating that, Commissioner? I'm
And then,
sorry.
yeah, repeat it. Yep.
Make a motion to remove the Where One program and the Youth Assessment Survey, parentheses, YAS, from the Public Health Plan of Organization.
Okay, so motion by Commissioner Minema, second by Commissioner Rhodey. Commissioner Minema, what would you like to comment?
Yes. So first I'm gonna, just based on some emails that have been put out of our role of the Public Health Plan of Organization, I just want to reemphasize what a plan is. So first of all, I mean, it might seem kind of silly, but the Merriam-Webster definition gives a little bit of an understanding of what a plan is. And in part, it defines a plan as a set of actions or a method devised in advance to achieve a specific goal or objective. It involves thinking ahead and organizing actions or steps to reach the aim. A plan outlines what one intends to accomplish. And in agreement with MDHHS, Public Health Plan of Organization, it is primarily present and forward-looking here in our state. This plan is required by statute, and it is first approved by the local governing entity, and then it moves on to the state. And in our case, we are the local governing entity. As a board, we do have several responsibilities as it relates to public health, and one of those specific responsibilities is the Public Health Plan of Organization. Another one of our responsibilities is overseeing the budget. And when we oversee the budget, that's not a rubber stamping coming before us and just automatically voting for a budget for the health department. We are dissecting it. We're taking a look at different things that maybe we want to speak into as a board. And it's the same thing with the Public Health Plan of Organization. In reading through the 2018 and 23 plans, I didn't myself come across the Where One program. And by removing both that and the YAS from the plan, that does give the board more discretion. It doesn't commit our county to the program for the next 3 years. It also doesn't prevent the health department in continuing to focus efforts in their clinical settings and continue to care for the health of those they serve. And as it specifically relates to the YAS survey, we can also, as a board, be sure this is consistent with the values of our community. So
I'll stop there for, at the moment.
All right, excellent. Thank you, Commissioner Miedema. Ron, I'm going to come to you with a question in a minute, but is there anybody else itching to speak at the moment?
I have something
Commissioner-
to speak, but I'd like to hear Ron's.
Commissioner Bonema, go ahead and then we'll.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but if we want to remove funding from certain projects, that would happen during budget discussions. This is specifically to vote on the fact that they're in compliance with their plan and moving forward with the state. Is that correct?
You beat me to
This
it,
is not the
Billy.
right time to talk about specific programs inside of the plan. This is the time to just admit or support the fact that they're in compliance with their plan. Maybe you can say it a little bit more eloquently.
Well, eloquently or not, let's just at least try and be effective. But I understand that the nomenclature of a plan is cumbersome and maybe heads us off in the wrong direction. But this plan is required by a specific statute, which requires the local department, our
Us.
local Department of Public Health, to look back and report on what they have done. And the plan under the specific MCL provision 333.2431 is to be approved by the local department and submitted to the state department. It is not a document that has to be approved by this board, but this board is asked to sign by the approval process established by the State Department. Interestingly, we had the same discussion, not me personally, 3 years ago. This is a plan from the local department. The YAS provision was taken out by the Coleman Group last time. The Department of Public Health said, we'll not sign this because it's not accurate, because the YAS portion was part of our activities that we were reporting on, and therefore it has to be included, and it won't be approved by our local department unless our activities are accurately reflected. And so Coleman Group added the YAS back in, and that is how it was submitted. So I would recommend that you follow the approval, or that you authorize the execution of the document, which allows the submission to the state, because this is the only document that accurately reflects what our local department has actually done. It is part of the process. And again, I mean, you've read the explanations, I think, about no dollars being spent, et cetera, on these two programs in question. So I think it's the same question that was asked and answered 3 years ago. And I think the answer is the same.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Belcher. Back to you, Commissioner Bonema.
Yeah, no, I that's what I had remembered and what I thought. So thank you for explaining that. There is a time and a place to talk about these specific programs, but that's not what we're being asked to do tonight.
Thank you. Commissioner Zylstra.
I just want to clarify, the motion is just to remove those, or Commissioner Miedema, the motion was to do what?
If, Justin, if you could read the motion
The
back.
Wear One program and the Youth Assessment Survey,
Withdraw your motion.
or YAS, from the Public Health Plan of Organization.
Wait, could you repeat that, Justin?
To remove the Wear One program and the Youth Assessment Survey, or YAS, from the Public Health Plan of Organization.
Okay, cool.
what I had.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No,
Good. Okay.
totally
All right.
cool. Thanks.
Anyone else? Before we go back to Commissioner Miedema a second time. Joe, you took a breath.
Yeah, I have a comment. I'm working on it though, so I could try if.
You have the floor, sir.
So, okay, so I see, okay, first of all, thank you, Patrick and Ron and everybody who has provided information on this. Thank you, John. It's my understanding that this, while this is called a plan, this is being done for accreditation. It is being done as a look back over the last 3 years. Is that correct? And it's documenting different activities, things that have been going on. One of the things that, raised attention was that the Wear One program was added in here, and I hadn't seen that in the past. And so I took a little closer look at it and thought this should be discontinued. So if there's going to be a motion tonight and it's going to be put into the plan, then the motion should be, an additional sentence that says something like, the Wear One program is discontinued as of March 24, 2026. That would bring clarity that the plan relied on, had this activity in the past and won't have it in the future. That would bring clarity. So it's not a motion, but that's my comment.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Moss. Anybody else before we go back to Commissioner Miedema? Okay, Commissioner Miedema. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Rhodey.
I do have a little I would like to share. So, I'm equally concerned about the direction that we're receiving about the responsibilities of the Board of Commissioners in regards to the Health Department. That concerns me as much as, this current issue. Are we going to abdicate our elected responsibility of oversight to an unelected administrator? Or have an unelected health officer direct the county without substantial input from the board? It seems that we're being encouraged to do that. Do county commissioners merely approve budgets and plan of organizations, or are they responsible for the direction and priorities of county departments, ensuring they reflect the values and the priorities of the communities they serve? There's a Michigan Guide to Public Health for local governing entities that, really, I'll send this all to you guys, but it's like a 90-page document, and it would say otherwise. Local governing entities are ultimately responsible for local public health administration and governance in accordance with state and local laws, rules, and regulations within their jurisdiction. In 2022, Right to Life endorsements were pulled from multiple county commissioners due to the progressive sexuality activism of the Ottawa County Health Department. So here's a few examples of why this is important. They created and championed the Wear One campaign, which at least for a time made condoms accessible to minors in our community. They promoted the YAS highly over-sexualized survey questions to youth in 8th, 10th, and 12th grade, and then used the survey to advocate for radical sex ed. I'm not sure you really want me to go into the specifics here of the content of that version of sex ed, which normalizes early and extensive sexual activity as well as transgenderism in our local school districts, including Allendale. In 2017 or 2018, a prior Ottawa County health educator offered to conduct in-person surveys to students on their sexual activity in my local school district without mention of parental consent in that offer. The Trump administration has taken a stand on the YAS survey. And if you go to their website, so this is the YAS survey is one that really originates from federal HHS, trickles down to the state and then to communities. And so now there are disclaimers on the website about that. Per a court order, HHS is required. Okay, so they had completely removed these pages because they wanted to do away with the program altogether. But then per a court order, HHS was required to restore the website as of February 2025. Any information on this page promoting gender ideology, as the surveys did, is extremely inaccurate and disconnected from the immutable biological reality that there are two sexes, male and female. The Trump administration rejects gender ideology and condemns the harms it causes to children by promoting their chemical and surgical mutilation, and to women by depriving them of their dignity, safety, well-being, and opportunities. This page does not reflect biological reality, and therefore the administration and this department rejects it. Our health department was even exposed nationally by Libs of TikTok for their over-the-top guide to child sexuality, which went so far as to include information on infants being sexual from birth. Again, I'm not going to go into details on that. Additionally, COVID-19 era restrictions and disruptions had serious negative effects on children, including setbacks in early childhood development and learning, as well as broader harm to children's well-being and educational process. I recently went online to our new online immunization waiver system, where parents who participate are required to use compelled speech while subjected to incomplete information, which could frequently be classified as vaccine propaganda. For parents with religious objections, there are huge freedom of religion concerns. So where are these issues being addressed within our county? We no longer have an HHS committee. The health department visits policy and planning quarterly as a small part of its 1-hour meeting. And now we are essentially told just pass the budget and pass this plan. Really, no questions, no discussions really wanted. This is how government gets out of sync with the communities it is supposed to serve. If we care about our communities, we ought to care, and history proves that oversight is necessary, and MDHHS outlines our responsibility as deeper than having 2 yearly votes. So one other thing to highlight is that not all counties include YAS in their community health assessments, which the YAS is part of a greater community-wide assessment. And that can be verified on the MPHI website, which has links to multiple counties' community assessments. So us saying we're no longer going to do the YAS survey as part of our county function is not different than what many counties are already doing. And then finally, in 2023, we sought to better align the values of the community in the plan of we sought to better align the values of the community in the health department's plan of organization. So yes, some things were changed from what the health department originally wrote in order to better align the values of our community to what was in this plan. It can be done. In 2023, we also passed a resolution to protect childhood innocence. And based on the things that our county is continuing to do, are we following that resolution or are we beginning to revoke it? That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Rohde. I think you had 8 minutes there, so you got a few minutes left if you want to go with the second round. Is there anyone else who'd like to comment? Is that a pencil waiver, Mr. Barry, or no? Okay, all right. Commissioner Miedema, I think you had thought that you might want to say one more time.
I guess I would like to speak just a little bit further with Ron as to his legal opinion on whether it's looking back or whether it's looking forward. And because when I go through the plan, there's some things that I do agree with you on, that it's looking backward and it's just telling the state what our health department has been doing. But there are some things within the plan that how I look at it, it looks like forward facing. And it's saying the intent of what public health plans on doing. And that's something that I would like to tease out a little bit more, because when I spent some time, spending quite a bit of time looking on our state website and looking at just other connections, I'm not 100% in agreement, but I'm not completely opposed to what you're saying either. So when it comes before a vote for a board and it's asking for an approval for this, I don't think it's just meant to be a rubber stamp and being sent to the state.
Well, actually, the provision of state law in question doesn't include an approval by the county board per se. It has an approval by the local department and submitting it to the state. The approval process includes the chair of the county board signing that it's an accurate plan, which is all that is asked of this board at this time. It's just confirming that it is an accurate plan and an accurate reflection of what the community, what the department, the local department has been active in and doing. And that was the same discussion. What the YES was taken completely out 3 years ago, and it was added completely back in. I don't recall don't recall reading about a discussion on any Where One or anything like that, but I do know that this is an adult program, so I'm not sure the discussion about minors with Ware One. I'm not sure where that is, but it's not in front of you right now. It's not part of this plan.
Okay, thank you. Let me give the floor back to Commissioner Miedema one more time before she.
I would just say there's things if you take a look at through the document, there are instances where it is forward facing, not just looking backwards. For example, it talks about strategic planning. It talks about implementing going forward what they're hoping to do. That's not just looking backwards.
Well, I understand that, and it is a document that the State Department is asking the local department to produce, and they are asking for a report on activities, and they are looking for a strategic plan as well. But what you're doing is looking back and eliminating things that have been done.
I'm not trying to eliminate what's been
I'm
done.
doing your motion. I'm not talking to you personally. I'm talking about your motion is to eliminate provisions that have been studied and included in the activities
Sure.
that the department has done.
And I can appreciate Commissioner Moss's, I think, addition to a proposed amendment to the agenda and your dialogue on that.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Moss.
I didn't mean to personalize that. I'm sorry about that.
No, that's okay.
It meant your motion, but anyway, thank you.
All right,
Appreciate
thanks
you
for the
correcting.
clarification, Ron. Commissioner Moss.
I appreciate all that dialogue between both of you. Thank you very much. And I appreciate and support the spirit behind Commissioner Miedema's motion. This plan is definitely looking back. It's reporting out to the state as is required by law. The purpose of this plan is to provide a guarantee, so to speak, to MDHHS that our local health department is going to meet its capacity requirements. They want to know that we can do our jobs here. They want to know the details, and that's what they have. So I have two recommended motions, and I'm not going to make them. I just want to state them because we're in the middle of an amendment, and my thought would be perhaps Commissioner Miedema might withdraw hers after hearing mine and see what she says. So because we are not necessarily looking to try to remove pieces of the plan that were part of history, one motion I would recommend would be at the end of the YAS paragraph on page 16, add the sentence. Again, I'm not making the motion. I'm just trying to be very clear for everybody. At the direction of the local governing entity, the Ottawa County Department of Public Health ended participation with the YAS Committee and the Youth Assessment Survey on March 24, 2026. Additionally, after the first paragraph on page 22, we could just add the sentence, at the direction of the local governing entity, the Ware One program was discontinued on March 24, 2026. Now the plan, which is both looking back and into the future for capacity planning, has clarity, and we can provide direct oversight and governance as a local governing entity to the Department of Public Health.
Thank you, Commissioner Moss.
I do agree that I think my motion as stated should be withdrawn. So I will withdraw my motion because I do understand what's been stated.
All right, motion is withdrawn. We're back to the original motion. Commissioner Moss.
Sure, I'd like to make a motion that I do have this written down, so I will read it slowly for the clerk.
Yeah.
At the end of the YAS paragraph on page 16, add the sentence, at the direction of the local governing entity, the Ottawa County Department of Public Health ended participation with the YAS committee, the YAS committee, and youth assessment survey on March 24, 2026. And after the first paragraph on page 22, add the sentence, at the direction of the local governing entity, The Where One program was discontinued on March 24, 2026.
Okay, we've got a motion. Would anyone care to second that?
Support.
Supported by Commissioner Rhodey. Commissioner Moss, you do get the floor again. I think you've already teed this up a bit, but have one more shot at it. Go for it.
I'd love to hear other people's thoughts, and I think that we should provide clarity on the future outlook of these programs.
Thank you, Commissioner Moss. Before we do that, Ron, if you could let me know, is that something that we can even do with this document?
Well,
Way that we should be aiming to do?
it is it's a motion we could vote on, yes. My concern would be this. What's in front of you is just a request for the county chair to sign indicating that the report is accurate. We're turning this from a basically administrative function into a planning process going forward. I'm not sure, I don't know what the director of the department will do with her report or the department's report being changed in a substantive forward-looking manner. She is the one, and the department is the entity that is supposed to make judgments about public health. It would seem to me that kind of motion, that kind of decision would be better made after a discussion held with her present and having a dialogue, as opposed to, well, you need this administrative approval from us and we'll give you the administrative approval, but we're just going to set your agenda for you without you being here, without any notice and without you having a chance to react. Legally, can you do it? You can. I'm not sure what the impact will be in terms of whether the report will be sent to the state that way. And I don't think it's the best way to proceed.
Thank you, Ron. Bill, did you?
Wouldn't this be better off to send it forward and bring this back to planning and policy if we want something like this?
The amendments, yes. I don't want you to send the whole thing back to planning because I want the administrative process to proceed as it should.
Yeah, I think it should go back to planning and policy and we discuss it there and then bring it to the full board. But I think this should go forward as a state because it's accurate is what happened.
And I'm going to tip my hand and I know speak out of my turn, but I'm with Phil on that one. And I do think this merits a discussion at the Planning and Policy Committee. Anybody else care to comment on Commissioner Moss's amendment?
Make a comment.
Okay. Yep.
I agree with you, Ron. I agree with Phil. I don't know enough about these programs to sit here tonight at 9:30 and make an informed decision about this. I just don't know. I mean, I've got, anecdotally, peripherally, I understand the concepts of these two, but I don't know enough about it. And I'm not prepared to make a decision on a substantive thing like this. Nor do I want this to be viewed politically in the marketplace tomorrow that we've done something or didn't do something that turns into a political issue. We should discuss this. And I'm not prepared to discuss it because I'm simply ignorant. And I can't vote on something that I'm ignorant about intentionally.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Teeple. Commissioner Rhodey.
So I think this really, what this does is it really flushes out our need for more public health oversight because there are things going on that we don't know enough about. And that, if we're going to have a public health department that is responsive to the values of our community, to the needs of our community, there needs to be more interaction of this board with the health department. And when you look at what other counties are doing, when you have a multi-county health department, they often have a board of health. And if you take a look at their meetings would resemble a community mental health meeting. So full agendas, reviewing programs, reviewing budgets. It's much more granular. And there are even some individual, and you can go online and see agendas that look like that. There are other counties that also provide oversight in a more detailed way. And so I think part of the trouble we've gotten in historically where the health department has gotten so far away from what the majority of this county wants, and that's led to a lot of political upheaval in this county, is because there's not been the kind of close oversight that's needed with that department. because there's just a lot of potential for things to go sideways there. Like it or not, there's a lot of political things that happen within a health department. And that's not just true of our health department, it's true of health departments around the nation. It's just the nature of it. And so if we want to avoid problems, the best thing we can do is oversight and conversations and really, really work closely with the health department to make sure that these kinds of things don't happen, because it could all blow up in our face again.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? All right, so we have an amendment on the floor. Just for me, I will not be voting for the amendment. I view this as a past-looking document. I believe the right time to have a conversation like this is with the Planning and Policy Committee. Just want to point out from a governance standpoint, from a dollar perspective, the county expended approximately $1,000 on the Where One program. And that's how much money we're talking about. But I understand as well that there's a principle at base here too. So I think that is worth a discussion at the Planning and Policy Committee. Also, just noteworthy, from staff, we received an email that concludes the statement, Where One is designed and operated as an adult program 18 plus. Just want to put that out there. And then the other conversation about the YAS survey as well is that as far as how it is implemented in Ottawa County through the school system, it does require adult consent. All that to say, those are my thoughts of the broad picture here, and I'm very much looking forward to discussing this further at the committee level. But for me, I'm in favor of voting on this original motion as it was. So let's call the roll on the
Can I
amendment.
ask one question?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
So I'm not withdrawing my motion, but I do have a question about it. So I'm not on planning and policy, so I wouldn't be able to have that discussion. I'd be happy to have discussion with members of planning and policy separately.
Sure.
I guess I'd like to hear any feedback from anybody about withdrawing the motion and having this go to planning and policy.
Having the public health plan of organization go to policy or creating a separate.
The separate topic, because the plan of organization is, it is both looking back and used for looking forward. It can be passed and
Yeah.
it is administrative in a large capacity. I have limited ability to speak into it either in any other, any other time and none at planning and policy. So I'm just asking for feedback.
So I think what I would do is, if you guys are up for it, is fair would be to talk with Patrick and staff about creating an environment where we could do that, whether that's through planning and policy, where I recognize you're not on that committee. But absolutely, we can talk further about it. I don't want to, it's not going to go away. A workshop, we've talked about that concept as well. That may very well be the way to do it. So. Yeah. All right, let's take a vote. If you would call the roll, Justin.
Sir.
We're voting on Joe's
Amendment. Oh, sorry, did you want to withdraw it? or do you
I'm
want to
asking
vote?
for feedback from any of my other commissioners on
Sorry, I looked around and
what
I
they
didn't see
think
any
and
other
if they think
feedback.
I should withdraw it and just send it to planning. And it sounds like we have willingness to just send it to planning and policy.
Yeah.
So that,
At least that's going to happen.
Yeah, or a
Yeah.
workshop or something.
Or a
we can
workshop.
talk about.
So a question on that. Are you talking about sending the whole plan of organization
No.
back?
no, the two items that were identified.
So proceeding with approval of the plan of organization, but sending it back for
Sending,
those issues back to be addressed.
I think you're good except
Sure.
for the back, because we're not
Just
removing
sending them
from the
to.
plan.
sending them to
Correct.
for discussion.
Yes.
Nothing's being sent back.
Yeah.
Nothing's being said.
Right. I just made the
Right.
topics, so for discussion.
Sent to.
What specifically are we voting on?
Yep, read it. Oh, gosh.
Right. Well,
I
I
have-
had a long motion about, removing these two programs in the future, which I support doing.
I don't think this is the place for it or the time for this.
So I'll withdraw the motion. And thank
Okay.
you for, sending it
Entertaining
to
it?
planning and policy.
Yeah, we will do so. Absolutely. All right. So we're back to the original motion. Justin, if you would call the roll.
Wait, sorry. So motion has nothing.
Motion has not been amended.
There's no amendment.
No
any
amendment to
longer.
the motion.
No longer amendments.
Right.
Back to
The motion as written on the.
Back to normal.
Okay, cool.
So are we gonna discuss?
We'll
are we
read
gonna
the,
discuss the main motion for a quick second before we vote on it?
looking at my notes here. Yeah, we haven't done that yet. Oh, goody. Okay, so the motion on the table is to approve the Ottawa County Department of Public Health Local Plan of Organization for Cycle 9. Commissioner Rhodey.
Thank you. I would just like to say for the record that I'm going to vote no on this because of the inclusion of these pieces that I am in deep disagreement with. I recognize that it is, largely a historical look back, but for those reasons, I'll be voting no.
Anyone else?
I will be doing the same thing.
All right.
Same here, yeah.
I'll
But I
be-
appreciate all the feedback from everybody.
I'll be voting for it. This is required by the state. This isn't a budget item. This isn't even a policy thing. This is just verifying that this was a report that our county health department put together to submit to the state, and as noted by our chair.
All right, I will be voting for this as well for the same reasons. This is, as far as our part is, as I understand from Corporation Counsel, this is a backward-looking document. We're authorizing the chair, who is me at this moment, to sign it. Would you call the roll, Justin?
Yes, sir. Mr. Moss,
No.
Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. Barry,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
No.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel.
No.
Mrs. Medema,
No.
Mr. Joritsma.
Yes.
Mr. Teeples.
Yes.
And Mr. Bruger.
Yes, apologies.
Motion passes.
All right, item, do I call this A? I don't even know. The original item A is how I'll refer to it. Post-execution ratification of contracts. Suggested motion is to ratify all contracts on the ratification report pursuant to the county's contracting policy. Joritsma, support by Kyers. Seeing none, would you call the roll, Justin?
Sir, Mrs. Rhodey.
I'm sorry.
I'm-
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Can we read the motion?
Yeah, read the motion one more time.
Sure. The motion is to ratify all contracts on the ratification report pursuant to the county's contracting policy. This is the original item A under agenda and action requests.
Thank you. Yes.
Mr. Teeples, Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel, Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mr. Moss,
Yes.
Mr. Joritsma.
Yes.
Mr. Kyers.
Yes.
Mr. Barry
Yes.
and Mr. Bruger.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Just a compliment to staff. I think I'll be up for 2 weeks on this coffee. That was just brewed. Bravo. Woo! All right, item B, as it originally was. The suggested motion is to adopt the resolution scheduling a public hearing on April 30th, 2026 to receive input on the proposed community mental health millage renewal and restoration of 0.30 mils.
So moved.
Moved and supported. Any discussion on this one?
Just, can I just note there, in front of you are updated revised resolutions that just have some minor
Thank you.
substantive change, non-substantive changes, I should say, but reflective of the millages that are being requested. It does not beholden the board to pass these millage amounts. Just want to make that clear.
Correct. My understanding is this is just to put it out there to the public. We can adjust the millage numbers later
That's correct.
if desired. Okay. Mr. Jortsma, you made the motion. Any comments?
Good with
Okay.
this.
All right. Commissioner Medema, you indicated you want to
I
speak.
do think that we should have a discussion. I believe a resolution is communicating to the public about what we are hoping that they will come in and be prepared to make public comment about. And as such, I do think that there needs to be some discussion on changing some of the language in the resolutions.
Okay.
And I can talk about what.
Sure.
I'd be happy
have the
to
floor.
talk about what. I'm going to just put out a lot of thoughts and then I think that we should be sending, I think we should be tasking the Parks Commission to take a relook.
Actually, it's CMH at the moment.
Or are we at CMH?
Yeah.
Okay,
I
sorry.
wondered if that's where you were going. Apologies. Yeah, we're on the CMH one.
Okay, well then I would change, one thing on the CMH thing would be to consider placement of the ballot request on the August 4, 2026 election or the November, is it November 2nd? What's the November ballot?
Do you know, Justin?
November 3.
Look it up.
I would like to just
Yeah,
add
there's-
that language on there so that the public can weigh in with their comments with a little bit more, since we haven't made a decision as a board on when we'd like to put that on there. I would like to add the addition of the November election.
Okay, so I have a question about the legality of that to our corporation counsel, although just to clarify though, for maybe not enough coffee. So that is the third whereas. It would be whereas the board determines that a public hearing in April will still enable the board at its regularly scheduled meeting on April 30, 2026 to consider placement of the ballot request on either the August 4, 2026 election or the November 3rd, 2026 election. Is that what you're
Yeah.
proposing? Okay,
Yes.
all right.
Second for that.
Support.
Yep, got a second from Commissioner Moss. All right, thank you. Corporation Counsel, can we make it, does that work? Or Doug?
See a problem with it. What you're really just approving is the notice that Justice Shin has sent. And it doesn't say which election you're selecting for that ballot proposal.
Okay. Makes sense.
Yeah, I just want the public to be able to see the language for when they come to the public hearing and then they can speak accordingly.
So the idea is that this is just clarifying that we're not obligating ourselves to post it in August, but we still may do so.
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Barry.
Yes, I just have a question for Patrick. This is a resolution to have a public hearing on April 30. That's also the date that we're scheduled to meet in the morning. So presumably that hearing would be after we voted on putting this on the ballot. Is that correct?
No, the public hearing would be during the meeting.
Oh, during the meeting. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
All right, Commissioner Teeples.
Yeah, I would suggest that the motion that you just read be clarified. Instead of using the word either, ballot request on either August 4 or November, it should say exactly was the ballot request on the August 4, 2026 and or the November 3rd, 2026 election, because it may be, it goes on both. It gets one on August, it gets defeated, they revamp it, they bring it back in November. So it's not an either or proposition. It needs to be an and or.
I think we'd have to reapprove it if it failed.
I think so.
I don't think we can plan on putting it on
I
both.
totally agree with you, but Allison is bringing put it in this motion, so, because she wants the public to know that we're looking at either one, right? So I agree with you, Jordan, it has no legal effect, because we need to take it to the board at a later date. But her proposition is to put it on here so that people at least see it, that we know that we have a couple options out. That's the only reason you do it.
I think that would confuse me, because then I'd think, oh, are they planning on putting it up
Twice.
both,
Oh,
for both?
Then I would say, then if that's the case, if you think it's confusing, then the word either shouldn't be there either.
I think either does make sense though, because we could put it on either. I just don't think if we vote on it on April 30th, we're not going to vote to put it up in August and in November. If we put it up in August and it fails and we decide we want to put it up again in November, we'd have to do another public hearing.
There's no time between the August election. So if it fails in the August election, that's past the July deadline.
Oh,
Or no, I'm sorry. No, it's too late. I have definitely had not enough coffee. It's 12. So there's time. There's like
okay.
a week.
I was
So
just
it'd have to be like a
I
special
thought
meeting.
we could post for the November election.
Yeah, it's
So-
August 12th. I'm sorry.
Okay. So we would have to do another public hearing.
Special meeting.
Ooh, I'm gonna pass coffee out for everybody. Commissioner Teeples.
I'd be afraid, Jordan, if you use the word either, it limits us as a board at this point to pick one of the two, right? And I wouldn't want the perception that we're locking ourselves in. The word and or gives us that flexibility of either date. right?
I get what you're saying. I don't think saying either at this point does do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think you could also say on the August 4, 2026 election or the November 3, 2026 election.
We could get rid of either and just do or.
Just do or,
That does work as well.
Either way, it's.
That's fine. Yeah.
Same point.
right.
I think it creates, it kind of boxes in a little bit, but not materially, so I'm not too concerned about it.
Allison, would you be willing to, do we want to withdraw it so that we can
Or take that friendly amendment.
take the amendment?
So it says, on the August 4, 2026 election or the November 3, 2026 election.
That's great.
Yeah.
Justin, do you want me to withdraw and then put that, or can you just change it to or?
No, I think so. What I had down was add after the August 4, 2026 election or the November 3, 2026 election. So I think I had that already.
Great.
All right. Let's vote on that amendment. If you would call the roll.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mr. Joritsma.
Yes.
Mr. Teeples.
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel.
Yes.
Mr. Barry,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Moss,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Kyers.
Yes.
And Mr. Bruger.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. So now we're back to the now amended original motion. Any other amendments to suggest? Seeing none, let's call the roll. Actually, might as well read this one more time. Make sure we got it. So, motion is to adopt the resolution scheduling a public hearing on April 30, 2026, and to receive input on the proposed community mental health millage renewal and restoration of 0.30 mills. Would I add
As amended.
as amended? That work? Okay, as amended. All right, Justin, if you would call the roll on that.
Yes, sir. Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. Moss,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel.
Yes.
Mr. Barry, Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Teeples.
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Joritsma.
Yes.
And Mr. Bruger.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, next item, to adopt, suggested motion is to adopt the resolution scheduling a public hearing on April 30th, 2026 to receive input on the proposed parks and open space millage replacement and increase to a total of 0.53 mils. Would anyone care to make that motion? Bill? Commissioner Kyers moved. Anybody second it?
Support.
Commissioner Barry seconded it. Would give you the floor, Mr. Kyers. I suspect there's going to be at least one amendment that we're all going to agree on.
Sure.
But you have the floor, sir. Go for
Right
it.
here. No, we've had a lot of comments tonight and I've seen that the work that the Parks has done on this and for the future, and they talked about, Joe compared this to CMH, that it's totally, it's more than CMH. How does that look? It's not, because I think that Parks is CMH, in my opinion. It's how you keep your sanity and it's how you find yourself again and go through a lot of troubles. And a lot of people have emailed me over the since we started talking about this, exactly about that. So to keep our parks, as tip-top shape, I'm more supportive of this 0.53 because I'd really like to have the people decide. So that's where I'm at.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Kyers.
And I'm good with putting the same thing that would put him before with August and November, like.
To get that out of the way and expedite things, can I make a suggestion that you make that motion to add that or
I'll
somebody
just
to
make
do
the
that?
motion, yeah.
All right, so the motion will be to add in the third whereas after August 4th, 2026, to add or November 3, 2026. Motion by Moss. Anyone care to second that? Support by Commissioner Kyers. Any further discussion? Okay,
vote.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you. Commissioner Medema, you indicated you may have some other changes.
Yeah, thank you. I'm guessing that most of you received the letter in snail mail from one of our parks commissioners. And
That's some very nice stationery.
I thought that Field had a really good thought process, and it was along the lines of some things that I had already been considering. And one of the things that I would love our voters to be able to weigh in on, and for that matter, we're talking about the public hearing, for them to weigh in on would be the possibility of discussing the current millage and the renewal, and then also to be able to discuss the potential of voting on an increase. And so I guess I'm wondering from the board if you feel like we're ready to change just the language in the resolution so that they can weigh in on a couple options, or if it makes more sense to send it back to our Parks Commission to weigh in on a couple things to come back to us. I personally think that our public would like to be able to weigh in on two different millages. And so that's kind of where I'm at, and I'm not sure if that's in the course of this resolution or if it's actually going back to the Parks Commission with a little bit of direction from our board before doing so.
And I will, if I may, I had a very similar question that I asked to Jason, and he and I had a conversation similar to that. I think for me, with this resolution as presented, I'm in favor of voting to place this out there to the public, but I am very open if there's not a, I would really love, I think everybody would love a unanimous vote on whatever we get to. If we were to put 0.53 mils on it right now, I don't believe we'd get there. But as far as noticing this to the public to get public input, I think it's proper to put it out there for people to discuss, understanding that there will likely be a number of commissioners to vote against it, which I actually think is indicative of the need to perhaps change this at the public hearing, at the time of the public hearing. And if that message is relayed by virtue of a split vote here, that message may be received pretty clearly that, yeah, we're going to go forward and publish this, but we're hoping to make some changes, or there are members on the board who are hoping to make some changes. So that'd be my proposal. Commissioner Georgema.
Yeah, my question on that is if we were, because I would also like to do two separate millage questions. If we were going to do that, and they're two separate questions, would we have to have another resolution, or could we change this resolution to say, to discuss a 0.33 mil levy and a 0.1 or 0.2 mil levy as well? I just don't know the answer to
I
that.
see Patrick nodding, and I'm also curious on Corporation Council, or Doug, whoever.
What the public comments on at the public hearing.
My
Thing is open.
Sorry, Doug, you have to grab a mic somewhere because, folks at home listening in can't.
Sorry. The only relevant part of this resolution, the whereases are fluff. They're important fluff. I'm not suggesting they aren't, but all you're really doing here is authorizing Justin to send out a notice that meets the statutory requirement for a public hearing on a proposed ballot question.
But what if we had two proposed ballot questions? Right.
No, that would be a subject that any member of the public could raise. The board may direct the Parks Commission before the public hearing to talk about that and maybe make presentations, certainly at the board meeting that follows the public hearing. But all you're really saying right now today is you're opening this up for public debate. And so the public may come in and they may say, the millage is expiring next year. Let's defer everything to next year. That's one of the comments you could get. You could have others like Field suggesting, let's do a two ballot question. All of that is open for the public to say at the public hearing. That's why you're having a public hearing. I don't think you want to limit the topics that the public can comment on, nor do you want to start making a list of all the things you want the public to comment on, because that's confusing and somewhat limiting.
And I'm not suggesting even that we adopt this motion. What I want to make sure is that if we were to split this into two questions, that we wouldn't have to have a subsequent public hearing in order.
No, as long as you're not going above 0.53. in the aggregate with your,
You get there
with
doesn't
your
matter.
proposals.
Point
Then
five three
I'm-
is where,
yeah.
the only thing you're limiting yourself is that
It's
point
like a
five
cap.
three.
Okay,
How
then
you
I'm
get
fine.
there.
I'm fine. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Schwartzman. Anyone else? Mr. Barry?
I just want to reiterate what what Doug was saying is this is simply a motion to have a public hearing or not. And that's why you have the public hearing. Let's get some feedback. And Parks folks feel real strong that they've got the community support for this. I think they probably right. I think there is some taxpayer fatigue out there. But I think voters ought to be able to decide that. And first step here is having a public hearing.
And I'll put it out there again, as I said earlier, we can certainly schedule a special work session to talk about this in depth with the various scenarios before that public hearing occurs, if the board desires.
Okay, I saw Commissioner Moss nod and then Commissioner Meadham. Or did you, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I'd like to vote yes on this, but I can't unless we add, an or. So if we could add on the back where it says, 0.53 mils or a continuation of the current 0.33 and an additional levy, I'd be fine voting for that. It'd just be kind of expanding a topic or adding an option or whatever, just so that people are aware.
I hear you.
Because this says we are definitely moving forward on 0.53. That's what this says. 100%. And I can't vote yes on that.
Well,
It's,
Mr. Teeples.
I don't think it says that. It says
Up to.
in the first whereas, the Parks Commission has requested that the board place on the ballot, right?
Mhm.
So we've got a request, and all we're doing is, because we have a request now, we have to put a public hearing out. That's it. And it doesn't say anything about how we as a board will decide. We're simply responding to a request from a commission. And now that our next step is, okay, then we'll have a hearing. And then it'll come back. So it's not saying anything about our position.
I think Commissioner Moss is referring to the be it resolved section where it lists out what will be posted in the newspaper.
Which, I see that, but it does say up to 0.53 mils.
It says to a combined millage rate of 0.53. Doesn't
Oh,
it?
sorry, there's two.
Yeah.
It's mentioned twice.
My thought was we just put right there, or
I'm wondering if, for consistency's sake, and I'm looking at Doug
Oh,
over
well,
there.
I guess the
The
question.
second one says up to.
The operative question there says it shall hold a public hearing on the Parks Commission's request to
Oh.
replace to a combined millage rate of 0.53.
Right.
So that's just a statement that they have requested.
That's what they've
So
requested.
It wouldn't
So
actually make sense to amend that
Right.
sentence. But if there was an amendment, the last sentence, the board has the complete authority to levy up to 0.53. I actually think that's
yeah, somewhere in there, I think it would be good to add a few words. So if the board has the complete authority to levy up to 0.53 of this proposed park millage as a single levy or in two parts, then I can vote for it.
You are welcome to make a motion.
I'll make a motion to just add the words in a single levy or in two separate levies.
Okay,
Would
there's
you
a
be
motion on the
comfortable-
table.
Would you be, Joe, would you be comfortable just putting a period after the proposed parks millage? 0.53 of this proposed park millage, put a period there and end it? Would that, because we levy up to the words are there.
But the statute requires that you give the public an idea of when you're going to decide
Right.
on the ballot proposal. So
Joe's problem is, I think, is with the words and intends to act on this proposal, right?
Correct. That's what
So
I've circled.
If you took that out and you say authority to levy up to 0.53 of this proposed millage at its next, at the meeting, you got it. Take out those few words.
Yeah.
Work? Yeah, it actually.
because you're signaling that you may make a decision
Yeah.
that day, right after the meeting, of some sort.
Yeah, we'll leave in that part of it.
Necessarily be the precise proposal that's been.
So what you'd be doing is deleting the words "and intends to act on this proposal." Take those words out
Mhm.
and let the sentence flow.
Proposed park millage. Oh, at its regular meeting.
Yeah, I'd be comfortable with that.
So the suggested, boy, did you make a motion? You want to withdraw your motion a minute, Joe?
Yeah,
Whatever
withdraw,
you
yeah.
were doing. And then maybe actually, John, if you would like to read.
I don't think
maybe
I had a
that last
second,
sentence.
so.
Actually, you're right. It didn't even get a second.
We're
So
good.
you're right. We're still good. All right. So the proposed
We are.
language is in that last sentence, the board has the complete authority to levy up to 0.53 of this, 0.53 of this proposed park millage at its regular meeting immediately following the public hearing. So really, technically, I guess the motion is to strike "and intends to act on this proposal." Does that work?
Yeah, that works for me because it does really sound like we are going to
Okay.
do it. If
Got it.
if the language is in there and,
So we'll make it Joe's motion, if you're okay with it, Joe.
yeah, it's fine.
Motion to, okay, the motion and seconded to strike "and intends to act on this proposal" from the notice of public hearing on increasing property taxes. Justin, you got that?
Yeah.
All right. Any,
Sure, I understand. Are you still saying that it tends to ash at its regular meeting?
No, we're deleting that.
Well, I think you need to let the public know that your intentions are to act on, at the meeting on April 30th.
On this proposal. That's,
Exactly.
that's,
Okay.
those are the
Okay.
concerning
Yep.
words.
Yeah, yeah.
If that is all you're taking out,
Yep.
then I'm fine.
Yep, on this proposal.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Okay.
friendly amendment is to only strike "on this proposal."
Yep, that is great.
Okay.
Motion by,
But then you're just saying we intend to act. Like, what are we doing? We could be.
I think we are
we
intending
could
to act.
We could be doing anything.
Right, we
Correct.
could do anything or nothing.
But not over 0.53.
We can't go past 0.5.
Right.
That's what the meeting.
I mean, if we're gonna be, but it just says the board has this authority and we're gonna do something.
Right.
But taking out proposal means taking out what specifically thing we're gonna do.
I think it just makes it sound a little too much like we're gonna adopt it. I would assume
That's
concern.
what I think. Yeah.
as long as Corporation Council doesn't have a problem with the wording, I am.
Fine. It lets the public know that a decision could be to reject the whole thing.
Okay.
It's gonna be made possibly.
Yeah, got it.
I mean, it doesn't even force you to make a decision. It's just it intends to make a decision right
Got
now,
it.
which sets up any kind of decision, including tabling it for another
Got
month or whatever.
It's going to be
Ron?
on your agenda. You will act.
Okay, one way or another,
Right,
we'll be
we will.
acting.
Will act.
Okay. All right, Justin, would you call the roll on that amendment?
Yes, sir. Mr. Zylstra,
No.
Mr. Teeples.
Yes.
Mr. Joritsma,
Yes.
Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. Berry,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel, and Mr. Bruger.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, so now we're back at, let's see, this motion table, blah, blah, blah. Motion on the table is to adopt the resolution scheduling a public hearing on April 30, 2026 to receive input on the proposed Parks and Open Space millage replacement and to increase to a total of 0.53 mils as amended.
And that includes the dates, right?
Yep. All right, Justin, call the roll if you would.
We get a motion and support.
Oh, sorry, no, that was already on the table. We've just amended it twice. So we're back to the original motion. I don't even remember who made it.
I don't.
Oh, Phil made it and Jim
Yeah,
seconded
I have it right here.
Yep,
Sorry.
you got it.
It's on a different.
We're here for you. It's all right.
Somebody is.
I've drank,
Gotta get Regina.
I've drank of the coffee. Yeah.
Concerned. Mr. Joritsma.
Yes.
Mr. Berry,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mr. Moss,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel, Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mr. Teeples,
Yes.
and Mr. Bruger.
Yes.
All right, and that motion passes.
All right, next item. Ooh, can I make this motion? I move Can the chair make a motion, Justin?
Yeah.
I can do that. All right, then I move to approve the board chairperson's appointment of Commissioner Rhodey to the Community Mental Health Board beginning April 1, 2026 and ending March 31, 2029.
Support.
All right. Any discussions?
Since we are in the mood for amendments, I'm just gonna make the amendment to,
I think we've used up our amendments for the night. But go ahead.
didn't know we had limited supply, but I guess we do.
Yeah.
Just to have it read, to approve the appointment of Commissioner Rhodey, just make it cleaner. That's all we're doing.
That's not how it works, so with the, I'm sorry.
You can go ahead. I
No,
don't,
I didn't, I was out of line here.
no,
So you're-
totally, it's
I
totally
don't,
cool.
I thought it was, board rules that they gotta be appointed by the chair.
Commissioner appointments.
Mental health code says the board appoints. It doesn't say the chair appoints and we approve. It says the board does this.
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct. It's a board appointment.
Yeah, then we can definitely scratch that. Thank you.
So we've got a motion to amend this by striking board chairperson's appointment
Support.
and seconded by Medema. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Any further discussion?
I think
All
there-
right. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I think there was a question maybe by Commissioner Georgezma a while back. It'd be great, just put it on the record of what happens to a board seat held by a commissioner when it goes past an election.
We were gonna bring it up for a work session or something because we gotta figure that out.
Okay,
Oh,
so
well, actually,
didn't we get an answer?
we got an answer on it already, guys.
Thought if we could get it on the record, that'd be.
Yes,
I thought you sent that out.
I did send it out, yeah.
Okay.
So if you could just paraphrase or maybe I paraphrased it when I sent it out.
No, I did a memo to Josh late last week saying that there is nothing in the mental health code which says that appointments of county commissioners to the board are coterminous with length on the county board of commissioners. So it's a 3-year term. That's what the statute calls for. That's what it is. And because we can have 0 up to 4, but no more county commissioners on the mental health board, someone leaving the county board will not make the mental health board illegal.
So a commissioner can stay on it for the full term,
Correct,
no matter the results of an election.
correct.
Great.
Yes.
Okay. Good. Terms, a commissioner does not need to step down if they lose their seat as a commissioner. Do not need to step down from the community health. I don't even know what board we're talking about anymore. Maybe the coffee's wearing thin. All right, you good, Jacob?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I just wanted it out there.
Oh, Mr. Teebles.
I think it's worth just a comment on the record too. I think that the reason, and it has nothing to do with Sylvia in this, but it's just an example that we're dealing with here. I think that once a commissioner is being appointed to a seat that's statutory like this, that when they lose their position, they should resign their boards because they're in that position only because they're a commissioner. If they apply for a public seat and go through all the process as a public would, no problem. But the reality is that we appoint and we get special recognition because we're commissioners. And if we're not, we should resign. I mean, that's just my position on it. I know legally it's irrelevant. But that's just how I think it should flow.
And I can tell you just for the record, like my current thoughts on that are that this term would expire 3 months after a county commissioner's term. So we're not talking about a significant overlap. And by the time you would appoint someone to fill that seat, you could only appoint them for 3 months.
Yeah.
You know, so realistically, it might, if I choose to not do this again, or I didn't win an election, realistically, it might be better for CMH for me to stay on it for 3 months. So, you know, for those 3 months rather than have the seat be empty. So, I would certainly just be looking to do whatever's best for CMH at that point.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that one. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, motion carries. On the next series, I'm going to turn to Commissioner Georgezma midway through these because the Appointment and Alignment Committee did meet prior to the board. And I think in all cases, a majority did vote for one individual or another with each of these appointments. And Commissioner Georgezma can let us know who the Appointment and Alignment Committee voted to recommend. So the suggested motion is to accept the nominations of Danielle Baer, Donna Bunce, Robert Davis, Christy Druger, Dennis Graminsky, Chris Kleinyans, Karen Lyman, Callie Milton, David Parnan, and Carrie Roberson, and to select one to fill one Community Health Board public seat vacancy beginning April 1, 2026 and ending March 31, 2028, to align with the appointment schedule as per MCL 330.1224.
So moved.
Is there support?
Support.
All right, support. And Jordan, to you, did we?
Yeah, so just two comments on this one. If you were looking at the agenda and confused why they were split up so much, despite there being 3 public seats, we are trying to align the terms so that 4 individuals will be up every year. Instead, right now, I think we've got 3 that we appoint 1 year and then 5 the next year and then 4. So this is part of that alignment, part of appointment and alignment. Almost all of them have agreed to serve a 2-year term. So that is not as much of an issue. And then when the Appointment and Alignment Committee voted on this particular seat, they did vote to recommend Dennis Grimsky. That wasn't included in the agenda packet because Appointment and Alignment met about just under 6 hours.
It was yesterday. All right, thank you, Jordan.
Saying that Dennis would be, just for clarity, he's the one that's being recommended for the 2-year term versus the 3?
Correct. Correct. And he's indicated that he's willing to do so.
So, yes, our traditional practice would be to put an asterisk by their name if they have Appointment and Alignment Committee recommendation. So consider there to be an asterisk by Dennis Grimsky's name.
Can I ask another question? Just because we're looking at
To interview him.
a long list of names here, who then are you recommending for the 3-year seats?
We are recommending
Okay.
Donna Bunce and Robert Davis. Yep.
Wait, say that again?
For the next agenda item with a 3-year
Yeah.
seats would be Donna Bunce and Robert Davis, the 2 incumbents.
Good question, Commissioner Rhodey. All right, so the way that we traditionally do this is Justin would,
Can I ask,
oh, sorry.
sorry, can I ask, if you're going to go to a vote, can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Did you guys have any, I noticed that, so 2-year recommendations are those that are currently serving, and then I think there's one that will be new, correct?
Correct. This would be the new one,
So
essentially.
I guess I'm just wondering, did you have any dialogue at all? I didn't get a chance to listen to that as I was making my way in. Did you have any dialogue at all between perhaps Dennis or David Parnan? And the reason I bring up David Parnan is because I believe he served on CMH not too long ago, and I've heard great things, and I've heard some things that he would be a great addition to serve. And so I guess before we take a vote, I would feel more
Yeah.
comfortable just having that discussion.
We did. And David is very qualified. Dennis has served in leadership roles at various other CMHs. And for those of us that got to interview him, I think we were all pretty blown away by how much he knew. I mean, he's clearly a subject matter expert. I believe he's been in charge of CMHs. He's been in charge of PIHPs. He's been in the industry for about 30 years. So he's extremely knowledgeable. And I believe he's also overseen, correct me if I'm wrong here, Dr.
Transitions.
LaFears.
Yeah.
He's overseen transitions from departments to authorities, which is also very attractive given our transition. Granted, everyone except for Bob and Don are unknown quantities, so we figured that a new appointment would make the most sense to put in a 2-year term. That was our only rationale
Okay.
there. So
Would anyone be willing to speak to David and potentially why he might be another one to consider?
He was one that we also considered and spoke very highly of, and I believe, was it 3-2 or 4-1?
3-1-1.
Yeah, Dave got the other votes, whatever it was. So the majority selected Dennis, and the minority in the vote selected David. So everybody,
How many people were at,
they're 5.
I believe it was
and what was the vote?
Commissioner Bruger, myself, and Commissioner Moss voted for Dennis.
Yeah.
Okay,
Commissioner Barry voted for David.
Yep.
And Commissioner Zylstra voted for
okay.
Sure, recollection is perfect.
Going into today, I had really, thought David would be just an amazing asset, and I didn't get to obviously be part of the interviews. Is there anyone that would like to speak to David's, I know you voted for David. Jim, do you have any things that you'd want to add for us to consider?
No, actually not.
Okay.
I could jump in because I specifically brought up David, and I think it's so funny that you mentioned, anyway, I wanted to vote for him, but it sounded like there was actually a pretty broad consensus on Dennis, who is also outstanding. So I could have gone either way. If I would have voted for David, actually, there would be no recommendation from the Appointment and Alignment Committee because it would have been split.
It's really good to know.
So the reason why I liked David is because he was the COO of Muskegon's Community Mental Health. So I believe he already has existing relationships that are very close to Ottawa County and with people in Ottawa County. And I thought that would be, I didn't go into all this detail during the committee, but I thought that would be helpful on the CMH board during this time. And I still do.
I appreciate the feedback. That helps
I
me.
think clearly we had some very qualified
Yeah.
candidates. We
Very
had
impressed.
Commenting.
Yeah, Commissioner Zylstra.
Yeah, I just want to speak to that. Yeah, David was my second pick after Christian. Doesn't seem to be a ton of support for Christian, even though I think it'd be a great option. So I'll be voting for David.
Okay.
I would,
Anyone else?
yeah.
Mr. Rhodey, yeah.
I'd like to just, to speak to Dennis and David to, looking into Dennis a little bit, he looks like he is a phenomenal candidate. So I think he would be great on the board. But I also see a lot of value in David. David has served on the board, so the board knows him. And he did a great job. He's also serving on the LRE currently, for our CMH. So he's currently involved on our LRE and working in the I think he's working in the substance abuse area with the LRE too. So I'll be voting for David for those reasons, but I think they're both great. Whoever wins this, we have excellent candidates. So
And the rest of the candidates were also excellent too. So.
yeah, I believe you.
Justin, if you would.
I have a quick question. Do we
good
know
stuff,
when
yeah.
he was appointed to the LRE?
I think it was about a year ago.
I feel like it was last year.
Okay.
Wasn't he also the former chair at one time of CMA?
I think he was.
I think
Yeah.
so too.
Yeah.
I did a quick search and it came up that I
Ooh,
think he was, so.
could be an interesting vote. Justin, let's do it.
All right, sounds good. I'll read, you just state the name as I read your name. Mr. Teeples,
David Parnham.
Mr. Zylstra,
David Parnan.
Mr. Kyers,
David Parman.
Mr. Berry,
David Parnan.
Mr. Moss,
Dennis Grimsky.
Mr. Jortsma, Dennis Grimsky, Mrs. Rhodey,
David Parnan.
Mrs. Minema,
David Parnan.
Mr. Bonema,
David Parnan.
Mrs. Wenzel,
David Parnan.
and Mr. Bruger.
Mr. Gruminski.
Right, and David Parnan has the most votes. Is nominated.
Thank you to all who offered to serve. All right, next one. Community Mental Health Board Public Seats. Suggested motion is to accept the nominations of, I'm gonna have to cross off David Parnham. There we go. Daniel Baer, Donna Bunce, Robert Davis, Christy Druger, Dennis Gruminski, Chris Kleinjans, Karen Linema, Callie Milton, and Carrie Roberson. And to select two to fill two Mental Health Board public seat vacancies beginning April 1, 2026 and ending March 31, 2029. Would anyone care to make that motion?
Support.
All right, motion by Jortsma, support by Moss. Any discussion? Or
Just reiterate.
Jordan, if you want to reiterate what we did, yeah.
As I said, I believe that vote, remember exactly how everyone, I think it was unanimous for Bunce and Davis. So, and they have both served on the board or currently serve on the board, so.
I believe you're correct. All right, anything else? Justin, if you would call the roll. Oh, never mind, hold on a minute.
What do you think?
I think they're great. I like the continuation. there have been times when the board has been very clunky, and right now it's working really well together, so.
Right.
Yep.
All right, Justin.
Hey, Mr. Teeples,
Donna Bunce and Bob Davis.
Mr. Zalstra,
Donna Bunce and Robert Davis.
Mr. Kyers,
Donna Bunsen, Robert Davis.
Mr. Barry,
Donna Bunce and Robert Davis.
Mr. Moss,
Donna Bunce and Robert Davis.
Mr. Jortsma,
Bunsen Davis.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Bunsen Davis.
Mrs. Medema,
Donna and Robert.
Mr. Bonema,
Donna Bunce and Robert Davis.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Bunce and Robert Davis.
and Mr. Bruger.
Mix it up, D Bunce and R Davis. Getting
And
late.
Donna Bunce and Robert Davis are appointed.
All right, thank you very much. Item G, Community Mental Health Board, primary consumer seat. The suggested motion is to accept the nominations of Michael Colgrove and Robin Wick, and to select one to fill one Community Health Board primary consumer seat vacancy beginning April 1, 2026, and ending March 31, 2029.
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Jortsman, second by Moss. Jordan, if you wouldn't mind letting us know who we.
Yeah, the Appointment and Alignment Committee voted to recommend Robin Wick, who currently serves on the board. She's exceptional. We had a great conversation with her. Of course, Mr. Colgrove was also, would be a great addition to the board. So, Michael, if you're listening to this, if and when a seat opens up, we hope you apply again.
Indeed. All right, just, oh, yeah, Sylvia.
Sorry, I just want to echo what Commissioner Georgesma said. Robin is a great member of the board, and so I'm really happy that she reapplied. I also think Michael would be a great addition too, so I'm hoping in the future he does reapply.
All right, it's been duly noted, I suppose, for Michael. Justin, if you'd call the roll.
Yes, sir. Mr. Teeples,
Robin Wick.
Mr. Zalstra,
Robin Wick.
Mr. Kyers,
Robin Wick.
Mr. Barry,
Robin Wick.
Mr. Moss,
Robin Wick.
Mr. Jortsma,
Robin Wick.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Robin Wick.
Mrs. Medema,
Robin Wick.
Mr. Bonema,
Robin Wick.
Wenzel,
Robin Wick.
and Mr. Bruger.
Miss Wick.
And Ms. Wick is appointed.
All right, thank you. Item H, Community Action Agency Advisory Board, Consumer Sector seat. The suggested motion is to accept the nomination of Brittany Brown to the Community Action Agency Advisory Board Consumer Sector seat, beginning March 24, 2026, and ending March 23, 2029.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Item I, Veteran Services Committee or Veteran seat. Suggested motion is to accept the nominations of David Chesney, Larry Jackson, Mark Northrup, Eric Rasmussen, and Terry Sheffield, and to select one to fill one Veteran Services Committee War Veteran seat vacancy beginning immediately and ending December 31, 2027.
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Jortsma, support by Moss or Kyers. Justin, your pick, and Commissioner Wenzel.
I just wanted to, regarding Mark Northrup, this is simply for factual accounting. He's not been to one event, ever. He's not been to any of our breakfasts. He has not been to any of the Veteran Service monthly meetings, no coffee and donuts, no legacy program. That's where we go to the retirement villages and speak with veterans to help answer their questions, help them get their benefits. I just think actions speak louder than words, and if we are truly invested in our veterans, we need a candidate who has regularly been present and who has had a consistent amount of skin in the game for a long time. So that's just all I wanted to say about that.
Is there anyone on the list who meets that, in your opinion, just so I can follow up?
Sheffield.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, anyone else?
I'll make a comment.
Okay, Commissioner Deeples.
So I think Mark Northrup absolutely has skin in the game. This is what he does for profession. He works with veterans all the time. He does the same kind of work Jason does. His life is dedicated to these vets. Now, whether he's been part of the committee, Ottawa County Veterans Committee, you know, obviously you're saying he hasn't been, but this man's dedicated to providing services to the vets. That's his whole life, besides being a vet himself. So I think, and I know I heard some of the comments in the public tonight, which bothered me, but I can't take those out of context as well either. But knowing Mark and know how he's dedicated his life to vets day in and day out, I think it's a good choice.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Commissioner Bonema.
Yeah, mine's more of a housekeeping question. How do we verify in our file that this is actually a veteran? That this is somebody who has served and served honorably? Is there a DD 214 that we collect? Is there something that, other than their word, is there something that we do to document the file?
Funny you should ask that in the context of Mark Northrup, because he's been lighting up my emails asking, how are we verifying that people are actually veterans?
Oh, has he?
It's a high concern of his as well. Patrick, do you mind?
I think that's exactly right. I don't think we have a verification process and there's a need for one. So that is a policy change that would likely be recommended on this committee.
We've had those discussions briefly in appointment alignment, so it's on the radar.
Good.
Great.
Anybody else? I will just say about Mark, he did share at one point in time that when the Exxon Valdez spill happened in Alaska in the 80s, Mark was on a Coast Guard cutter and he was the first person sent to that catastrophe. And I have listened to him share stories about that experience, and he gets choked up about how everybody from the Coast Guard to all the responders came together at that event. And it was just a very touching story. So if you have the opportunity, whether he gets appointed here or not, to ask him about that, I think it's a worthwhile conversation. Yeah, Mr. Miedema.
Just really appreciative of, we have 5 applications in the past. You know, getting to be part of the interview process, it's a pretty big honor to get to talk to those who want to serve on that committee. And so I thank each one of them for their service. I'm sure that each one of them is contributing in different ways in the community. Sometimes they are seen and sometimes they're not seen. Tonight, based on the information that has been brought forward and then just information that we have in our packets, tonight I'll be voting for Terry Sheffield.
Okay. All right, thank you. Anyone else? Commissioner Moss?
Yeah, I voted for Terry during appointment and alignment, and think that he demonstrated the most professionalism and a lot of knowledge, and so that's why I'll be supporting him.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? Commissioner Rhodey.
Yeah, so I think sometimes we have to look out for our committees as far as who's going to function well within the context of a committee and working with other people and working with people that you don't agree with. And one concern that I have about Mark Northrup is that he has demonstrated over an extended period of time a lot of bitterness and hostility towards people that he doesn't agree with. And so I honestly have a lot of concerns for the Veterans Committee with him on it. If there's people he doesn't like or doesn't agree with, that it could cause a level of dysfunction within that committee. And so for me personally, I'll be voting for Terry. I appreciate that Terry's been involved. But I'm very hugely concerned over what Mark may do to that committee.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Wenzel, one more time before we vote.
Joe, can you refresh my memory? I remember reading on social media. Was it Mark Northrup that was against your constitutional right to open carry in Hudsonville? That he
I
wanted
think
to
he said
protect
something like,
years
get out of my town or something like that.
that
or
scared.
Get out of
him
my
and
city.
people-
I think, yeah. Yeah, it was inappropriate.
Okay, anybody else? All right, let's take a vote. Commissioner, or excuse me, what are you? Clerk Roebuck. It's been a long one.
Mr. Teeples,
Mark Northrup.
Mr. Zylstra,
Larry Jackson.
Mr. Kyers,
Mark Northrup.
Mr. Barry,
Mark Northrup.
Mr. Moss,
Terry Sheffield.
Mr. Joritsma,
Mark Northrup.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Terry Sheffield.
Mrs. Miedema,
Terry Sheffield.
Mr. Bonema,
Terry Sheffield.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Terry Sheffield.
and Mr. Bruger.
Mark Northrup. Oh,
We have
interesting.
a tie between Northrop and Sheffield.
Okay.
So happy to do a by-election. We want to.
Can you get out a chart, a big graph, and we can?
Um,
How'd we do this last time?
Revote,
We picked from the two, I think.
You just
Yeah, we vote for
just vote
two.
again.
Yeah.
vote again,
we
just
can
for
vote
one
again.
again.
Our,
You can revote, Justin.
their by-election. All right.
You can revote and we'll get it.
Oh, I'll vote.
No, no, no.
Say.
You can recall the vote and I think
I
we'll get
can
it.
throw in a vote.
Roebuck.
Okay. All right, we're gonna go again. Mr. Teeples,
Mark Northrop.
Mr. Zylstra,
Mark Northrop.
Mr. Kyers,
Mark Northrop,
Mr. Barry,
Mark Northrop.
Mr. Moss,
Terry Sheffield.
Mr. Georgezma,
Mark Northrop.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Harry Sheffield.
Mrs. Medema,
Sheffield.
Mr. Bonema,
Sheffield.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Sheffield.
and Mr. Bruker.
Mark Northrop.
All right, and that time, Mark Northrop has one more vote and is appointed.
All right, thank you very much. And if there are issues with anyone that we appoint, there is a process for removal, I believe. So moving on, Land Bank Authority, Township Representative seat, suggested motion is to accept the nominations of Matthew Butts, Helen Dietrich, Kirk Perschbacher, Russ Teslaw, and to select one to fill one Land Bank Authority Township Representative seat vacancy beginning immediately and ending December 31, 2030.
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Georgezma, second by Moss. Jordan, there are no stars. Do you recall?
There.
It's a split vote, I believe.
It was a split vote. I don't remember exactly how it went down. I know I voted for Russ Teslaw. He's the Holland Township Supervisor. Very involved, very knowledgeable. And Holland Township's one of our second largest jurisdiction in the county, so that makes sense. So I'll be voting for Russ, but I don't remember how other people voted.
Commissioner Moss?
I remember how I voted because of why I voted. So I voted for Helen Dietrich. In her interview, she had talked about how she had, in her role at her township, she went through, I think, 2 projects working with our land bank, if I'm not mistaken. And so she has very relevant and recent experience working with them. And I thought that would probably be the best option for being on the committee. She was very passionate about it too. So
Yeah, she's from Crockery Township.
I think so.
Yeah.
Or
Township.
Chester.
She's Chester, because
Chester,
yep,
from
she's the
Concord.
clerk at Chester.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Thank you. Hands up. Commissioner Bonema. Yeah. Sorry, Vice Chair. Commissioner Bonema.
You're next, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know if I call on you or not.
Yeah.
you're good.
I've not met the other 3, but I have met Russ Teslaw. And not only have I met with him, but I've served with him and seen his competence firsthand. He served a very long time in Holland Township, and I think he'd be a tremendous asset. So I'd be excited to vote for him because I know that we'd be in good hands with his voice.
All right. Commissioner Kyers.
Yes, I've served with Kirk Perschbacher on there and his knowledge of the Land Bank Authority. And even doing some was really, really helpful and knowledgeable. And so I will be voting for Kurt.
This could be interesting. Commissioner Teeples.
So Matt Butts just became Park Township Supervisor. I worked with him for many years.
Manager. Park
What is it?
Township, Park Township Manager.
Manager. I worked with him many years with Granville, City of Granville. But he is new to our community and land bank, something that you got to get involved in to know about it. So, but he's going to be great in West Michigan here, no doubt about it. But he's probably not as experienced as some of these other guys you've mentioned so far.
Anybody else? Oh,
Sure.
Commissioner Zylstra?
I voted for Matthew Butts 2 weeks ago, and I appreciate all that John has to say because I'll be voting for him again.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Barry.
I voted for Tesla. I hadn't met him before the interview, but I was impressed with his experience, and I think he'll do a great job.
Anyone else? I'll throw out there that I had initially, as Phil has alluded to or talked about, voted for Kirk Perschbacher. Kurt is excellent. But I do believe there was an extra step as far as Kirk goes with authorization from his job or his township or something like that. So, Kurt, it all deference, you're absolutely phenomenal at this, but I'll be voting for, Matthew Butts at this time.
And Josh?
Oh, whoop.
Did you get Sylvia and Kendra?
I
didn't.
looked and they didn't
Okay.
indicate they wanted to
I'm
comment,
good.
so yeah. Thanks, Patrick.
Just
Oh,
looking
back
out.
to Joe. All right, Joe.
All right, I just wanted to agree with what you just said, and Kirk seemed like a really good choice. So we had really good candidates.
He really, everything.
Is he still a candidate? I got.
He is technically a candidate still.
I mean, technically.
There was a problem with his direct affiliation to a local unit.
Oh,
He would need to get a separate vote from his
Oh.
local unit in order to be able to
Right.
serve.
okay.
The other ones are clearly either on
Yeah.
township government or
Yep.
in the township administration.
All right, Justin, this could be interesting if you would call the roll,
Oh.
please.
Prepared to do a special mail election later.
Ah, excellent. All right.
He's really voting.
Make sure it's certified mail, okay?
Yeah, yeah. That's MAIL, not MALE.
I got it. All right.
Okay. Mr. Teeples. You get called out first.
I have to go first.
I'm ready to go.
You're first on all of these, which is
Okay.
interesting. I'm gonna go, Mr. Zylstra,
Matthew Butts.
Mr. Kyers,
Kurt Hirschbecker.
Mr. Barry,
Russell Tesla.
Mr. Moss,
Helen Dietrich.
Mr. Joritsma,
Russell Tesla.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Ellen Dietrich.
Good gravy.
Mrs. Miedema,
Helen Dietrich.
Mr. Bonema,
Russ Tesla.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Ellen Dietrich.
and Mr. Bruger.
Matthew Butts. Nobody
I
got
think
it.
that is Helen Dietrich
I think I got.
They need a majority.
with a majority of votes, 4 votes, Helen Dietrich.
They need a majority of
They need a majority of the commissioners, though.
6.
We need to get to 6.
Is that true?
I think we should vote again with the
Okay. With
top two
The
candidates.
top 2?
Well, there's,
Three.
We got 3. I can move. Don't worry. I'll move.
Okay, we're gonna
Do it again.
This,
So I can't vote for Kurt, right?
Kurt's gone.
Kurt's gone.
Yeah,
Sorry.
he got 1 vote.
Kurt, good guy, but you're gone.
I'm gonna go
3.
from the
Mix it up?
backwards forward, so Mr. Teeples doesn't have to get called on first.
really
Then
nice of
Mrs.
you,
Wenzel,
Ellen Dietrich.
Mr. Bonema,
Russ Tesla.
Mrs. Miedema,
Helen Dietrich.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Ellen Dietrich.
Mr. Joritsma,
Russ Tesla.
Mr. Moss,
Helen Dietrich.
Mr. Barry,
Matthew Butts.
Sticking with it.
Okay.
You're playing with those,
Sure.
man.
Mr. Kyers,
Russ Tesla.
sorry. Just wanna, I've messed up enough tonight, so I just wanna go real slow here and get it right. Okay, Mr. Zylstra.
Matthew Butts.
Oh, God.
We got 2.
Okay.
Hit elections in Ottawa County.
Mr. Teeples,
Russ Tesla.
we now have a tie between Dietrich and Tesla.
I don't think I even
With
voted.
4
yet.
votes.
We need one more vote.
One more vote.
Yeah, Russ to Slaw.
Oh,
It's
but
still not a
there.
majority. Yeah. Russ to Slaw has 5, Dietrich has 4. So I guess we got to
Now
vote
that is enough.
Vote again.
one of those
Gotta
2.
Vote one more time.
Now we drop Matthew.
Sorry, Jim.
All right, can you repeat the vote total again?
Freaking DiMaggio. Sorry.
That was 5
So
to
the
4.
vote total, I apologize, because I went from the back up
sorry.
and then the chair was on the bottom and, yep, okay. So Tesla is with 5 votes and Dietrich has 4 on the second vote, on the second round. So in the third round,
That's
We
one of
go
those
ahead.
2.
so
Yeah, two.
between the 2, Mr. Teeples,
Tesla.
Mr. Zylstra,
Tesla.
Mr. Kyers,
Tesla.
Mr. Barry,
Tesla.
Mr. Moss.
Tesla.
Fair enough. Thank God.
People must be great. I mean,
They're all
this is
great
really
Shorts.
amazing.
They're really great people.
Wonderful.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Dietrich.
Mrs. Miedema,
Helen Dietrich.
Mr. Bonema,
Tisla.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Ellen Dietrich.
and Mr. Bruger.
Just law.
All right, and Mr. Tisla is nominated
Only
with
7-3.
All right.
8 votes.
We did it, folks.
We did it.
I must have missed one.
Vote was finalized at
Good candidates. It's great.
10:43 PM on Wednesday, no, on Tuesday. Yeah, all right. No, we're done. Committee reports, Patrick? You say anything other than nothing to say, you're in trouble right now. No, I'm kidding. By all means. Nothing? All right. Public comment, second call to the audience. No, Patrick, genuinely, do you have anything that you need to?
Oh, I'm up after public comments, so you want to have.
So we had committee reports. Oh, additional business. Oh, there are no committee reports. Apologies. All right, public comment. If anyone would care to make comment, please step to the podium. Keep your comments to about 3 minutes. Identify yourself and your voting jurisdiction. Woo. No, wrong.
Hello again. So this is the ask part of my comment. After the October 3rd traffic stop, a sergeant told me by phone a citation had been issued. I believed him and I backed off. The FOIA says otherwise. Verbal warning only, no citation. I stopped pushing for weeks while the vehicle kept going every morning. 4 months later, February 14th, Sergeant Tubergen's own CAD entry reads, called to report intentionally being loud when returning from work between 3 and 3:30. Intentionally. The sheriff's own system recorded that word. The immediate issue is resolved. On March 16th, after 6 months and the threat of this appearance, a deputy posted on the street and resolved it in one conversation. That deputy deserves credit. But most people stop after the third call. The fact that it took all of this is the policy gap that I'm asking you to close. A member of this board approached me during the break to offer help. I'm grateful. But the ask tonight isn't to fix my case. It's to build a system so that the next person doesn't need a commissioner to intervene. I attempted to reach Sheriff DeBoer before tonight, 4 attempts, 3 days, redirected each time. I was told access to sheriff is guarded. He has known about tonight for 11 days. He has not responded. I'm asking this board to direct 3 things to the Ottawa County Sheriff's Office. 1, a repeat complaint protocol. More than 3 complaints, the same address, the same violation, the case escalates. It does not restart from scratch. 2, a follow-up pathway after a warning is issued. A verbal warning with no follow-up is not enforcement. 3, confirmed predictable daily violations should not be
It's late.
11 o'clock.
Yep. Prioritize.
prioritized indefinitely. I have a full record of my entire story. It's at pipedown.us, which I've got on the back of my laptop here. I invite every commissioner to read it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willard. All right, anybody else? On up.
So I do have a comment about parks, but I decided to wait till the end. I'm pretty parks heavy in the beginning there. Jessica Vangenhoven. I live in Allendale Township. I am an employee of the County Parks Department. So I'm here today to invite you to an upcoming event. Saturday, April 4th, we will be kicking off Connected County Park. It's a regional initiative. We're very excited about it. You heard Jason say that our vision is to be a leader in creating a legacy of expansive, accessible, and biodiverse natural communities for all to enjoy. We are exemplifying that in this initiative. So we are working with partners all over the region to try to empower homeowners and those with landscapes to create healthier, more resilient landscapes, to help conserve water, to strengthen biodiversity. And we know that that can be kind of a challenge. So our team will be offering practical tools, native plant design guidance, hands-on training, and other programs that help remove barriers to doing this and to make stewardship more accessible. Tyler recently, our stewardship supervisor recently presented to the Parks Commission. He did an excellent job. I know we'll be working with administration to hopefully get a presentation to all of you. But since we won't be able to do that before we kick off, we would love to see you again, April 4th at noon at the Hemlock Crossing Nature Education Center. The other thing I would like to mention, you may remember me being here last year about this time to promote our summer camps. This will be the second year that we offer an 11-week full-day licensed summer camp at Hager Park. I know childcare can be a significant issue in the summer. I live in Allendale. As I mentioned, my kids go to Allendale Public Schools. Apparently for their summer care, there was a line out the door somewhere about 6 a.m. By the time they finished up, they had Fridays left. My husband and I both work full time. We'll definitely be doing summer camp. So if you know some parents who are in a bind, we offer an amazing program and we try to keep it very affordable for all of the families in our community. So, and if anybody is around for spring break, we have a spring break camp too. So anyway, thank you.
You mentioned the River Run that they could use volunteers like commissioners to help out there.
I'm sorry,
The River Run, can you mention that?
Yeah,
And volunteers.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So we are doing the Grand River Explorers Trail Race again. That is Saturday in June, but it's 11 o'clock, so we're not going to trust my brain. But we would absolutely love to have you participate in the race if you're a runner, or we are always looking for volunteers to help. If you've ever volunteered for a race, you know there are a lot of things to do. So always welcoming more volunteers. We can make sure you get some information about that after this.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you, Jessica.
Thanks.
Is there anybody else? Oh, she got off in time. You don't need to play that. That's just cruel. Okay, all right. All right, up next. Sorry.
Again, I'm Christy Moblick from Zeeland Township. I would just like to say how disappointed I am in you for your vote for the veterans position. I pray that it goes better than he has exhibited his behavior in the past. And to your point, Mr. Chair Bruger, about the potential to roll back a position, I hope that if that does become a problem, that does take place. I also just want to mention too, again, on the videotaping, I forgot to mention that I think that we're in an environment where transparency is super critical. There's a citizen journalist, Dave Bondi, who's been talking about the fact that schools and townships don't record and post their videos. Just about every single committee that the county does is videotaped and shared, and I appreciate that. And I think it's a big miss to not post the ones like the work session that happened earlier today. So just want that on the record. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Christy. Anyone else? All right, thank you very much. Now we are, oh boy. Additional business discussion on ratified contracts, process versus policy.
If it please the board. I would
It may very
propose
well.
We table this until the next meeting, okay? And I'll just move into my report then, just to give you an update. Strategic plan outline has been drafted that we hope you'll find will memorialize the will and intent of the board is underway. Next step is we will plan to go through that in great detail at the micro level with our leadership team in the weeks ahead to really draft and assign the action steps that will be necessary to complete the objectives that will further the 3 board goals that came out of that. Those being 1, to address the county's growth challenges, 2, to ensure a sustainable county-wide water supply, and 3, to work on restoring trust and faith in Ottawa County. So those will be coming back to you after we kind of hone those out. Among other county policies that are being looked at, we're actively working on updating the legal services policy that we talked about to reflect the structural change that was approved tonight. This will come before the Planning and Policy Committee next month. We're certainly willing to have ongoing discussions about what you want that policy to look like as it relates to the board-appointed attorney positions. The Fillmore Complex office moves that are taking place right now to provide more space for the Growing Water Resources Commission are underway, and that is to, as you recall, to make room for the new County Veteran Services Department moving here. So right now, equalization is temporarily moved into Conference Room E, which is that kind of a regular shaped conference room downstairs. They're taking up that space right now temporarily. And then Water Resources moved into the old MSU Extension Office. The old MSU Extension Office moved into the old Equalization Department. So it's kind of a musical chairs right now, but it is going well. I want to give a lot of credit to David Cripps and the facilities team for working so diligently to get that project going. The CMH transition plan is also well underway. Deputy Administrator Dissett is leading that effort. He's pulling together all the stakeholders, identifying the key priorities and target dates, and developing a budget. One key decision that's just been made that I want to update you on is that the CMH has elected to purchase their own ERP or general ledger program, so they can kind of get on their own from the financial standpoint. And that was strategically done to use the same system that the county uses. So the employees there are familiar with that system, and it'll be a more seamless transition as they get going. So that's in the works, and we'll continue to update you as progress is made. And then finally, budget work has begun. We're beginning to meet with departments, including we met with the Office of the Public Defender already, went over their budget, and they will continue to ramp up as we move into the budget schedule.
Thank you, Patrick.
Yes.
All right, commissioner comments. What order of this one? If anybody wants to go, go for it.
Sure. I just got a quick one. I'd like the commissioners just to be on the lookout for an email from me this week. The West Michigan Regional Airport is asking for our support, and we all have individual letterhead that we can use to do this, but to write a letter, which they've temped up for us, if you choose to help them out, to support some repairs that need to be done at the airport. So tarmac, apron type things, the letters to be addressed to our U.S. senators to request some federal assistance. So I thought that's something that I certainly want to support, and a couple of other commissioners have mentioned that they'd be willing to as well. So wanted to open up to the full board to make our voice in Ottawa County heard, as that airport does bring a lot of tax dollars into our community.
What's their timeline on that?
It's not immediate, so we've got a little bit of time.
Just, can I break protocol and just ask them a quick question?
Yeah, go for it. It's
Wondering if that's something you'd want to bring a resolution forward to the board to consider?
I'd prefer not to, only because I want us to be able to use resolutions on things that we have direct control over. And this would be more of just a personal advocacy in our roles as commissioners.
Okay,
If that makes
just
sense.
something to,
If I-
just something to consider to do both, but.
thoughtful. Yeah.
But thanks for, originally I kind of thought the same thing, but I thought, let's just send our own letters. Yeah.
And a bunch of them. Right?
Yeah. Let's bury them.
Commissioner Moss.
We each sent 4 letters. Yeah. Enjoyed the work session today. So thanks all for the discussion. It was great.
Well,
Are we going around?
we're kind of a free for all, so you go for it when you're ready.
Okay.
Commissioner Miedema?
I appreciate all the staff's work that went into the work session leading up to it. I do want to request going forward, I'm going to again say, just like I said in an email, just like I put on my social media, I believe that these work sessions absolutely should be recorded. They should be made available to the public. While you're legally in the right to not record them, it's not a good look. It's not a good look when we're discussing board matters. I greatly believe that we should be recording those and making them available and not relying on citizens to have to record them, and then you're still not able to see the whole picture. And so I just would again reemphasize that request of mine and some community members as well. I would say just talking about the veterans appointment and specifically the concerns that were brought up about one individual. Going back in time, a couple years, we had one individual that was already serving and made one comment, and because one comment that was not necessarily a good choice of word of language used, and made headlines. And yet this board chose to elevate somebody to a position that is concerning at best. And that concerns me, that there's different standards, depending on who we are, or who's serving at a time, and I think those should have been taken very seriously. It was disappointing to see how many votes that individual received tonight. I'm thankful for all the people that did apply for a variety of positions. Thank you for those that did the interviews. I know that's a lot of extra work on your own, and so thank you for that. And also good conversations tonight. We don't always agree on everything, but I did appreciate the back and forth and the professionalism shown at the board.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next, Bennett. I've only looked to my right. Hold on. I haven't looked to my left yet. I'm cutting Phil off again. I can't do it. Sorry, Doug. I got to go with Phil.
Oh, no,
Come on, Bennett. Yeah, Phil, go
No,
right ahead.
it's
Commissioner
infinite.
Kyers.
So, I attended my first, foreign trade zone from Kent County and Muskegon and Ottawa County. And it's the first time that we have had foreign trade zones in every county, didn't they say, Patrick?
All three counties. yeah.
All three counties. So that's pretty cool. And they have a lot of flow through a lot of money. So it was really neat to be on there.
Thank you, Commissioner Kyers. Commissioner
Yeah,
Zylstra.
so I just want to mirror what Allison said about the applicants for these boards and commissions, great applicants, and obviously, you know, the fact that there's so much discussion is really emblematic of, you know, the great volunteers we have and the community that wants to be part of it. For those of us around in 23 and 24, there's a bit of nostalgia being here at 11 o'clock. So kind of having a moment, but I just want to say thank you to staff and for Justin and for everybody else for hanging with us.
I'm over it.
Those were good times, actually.
Oh, a little levity at 11 o'clock.
Oh, and for Mr. Willard, thanks for sticking around and give us 2 comments. That was cool.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, up next, anyone? Nope.
I can-
Okay, Commissioner Rhodey, go for it.
Okay, so I just want to say I appreciate the rigorous debate that we had tonight. We don't always agree on everything, but it's great that we can have these conversations because I think it really matters to each of us. I appreciate the reappointment to CMH, so thank you for that. And then also, again, just so pleased with the high caliber of people who applied for our boards.
All right. Mr. Wenzel, Commissioner Berry? anything?
I reserve my time for future meetings. Commissioner comment at
Out
the
of, out of
time.
order, out of order. Jordan, anything from you? All right. Now, I love to echo that the applicants were absolutely stellar. And also, again, hats off to staff for being here late with us. Thank you for the coffee. I'm actually fading, so it maybe wasn't strong enough. I don't know. No, it was plenty. And yeah, just kudos to staff as well and all the board commissioners. I absolutely echo that everybody handled themselves very well tonight. You kept me on my toes trying to keep the meeting going. I'll try to do better next time to get, if I talk for a few minutes, we could get after 11 o'clock.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, no, I think I'm going to stop right now. Thank you, everyone. This meeting is adjourned.
It's technically 11.